Red 10 standing by.
Red 7 standing by.
Red 3 standing by.
Red 6 standing by.
Red 9 standing by.
Red 2 standing by.
Red 11 standing by.
Red 5 standing by.
You have a boyfriend?
I do.
How long now?
2 years.
2 years. Where is he at?
Dallas.
So it's long distance?
Yes.
How's that been working out for you?
It's been good.
But how often do you see him?
Every month.
Once a month?
Yeah.
Do you go to him or does he come to you?
He comes to me.
So how long would you stay in this relationship before you say, you know what, I can't do the long distance no more?
Probably 3 weeks.
Another 3 weeks?
If I were to, I'm gonna say like 4 weeks. Like, I know how to handle my shit. I can be independent type shit.
So why not just break up with him now?
I could. Like, I very much could.
So he doesn't care about the fact that you're out on 6 like this?
He does.
Does he know that you're dressed like this? No, why haven't you told him?
I will. If I need to, I will.
Interested, if you're really prioritizing like, oh, I just want to date the hottest girl possible, it's like maybe that's why you keep getting cheated on, is because you're not thinking about deeper qualities. I know of an anecdotal case. I know a woman who told me, she was like, my boyfriend was accusing me of cheating so much that I actually just did it. She was being falsely accused so much that it was like, I'm gonna
might as well just do this.
Yeah, it's like I'm
He's
the
not gonna
bad.
believe me
Yeah,
either way.
I'm the bad guy regardless of what I do. So what's the point in being good? So I'm not saying that that's what causes it. Some people hear that, they hear, oh, if I was cheated on in my last relationship, I'm more likely to be cheated in my next relationship. And they just think, that couldn't be true. And it's like, well, there's actually several ways that it could be true. And I think one set to look at changing would be in picking. It's like, okay, well, I keep getting cheated on. Who am I dating? Well, I'm only dating hot narcissists. Maybe I can pick someone more settled down, more reliable. And maybe they don't have that same sexy cockiness and party atmosphere, but maybe they're going to be more reliable.
I always tell any girl who's in an only, make sure you are absolutely meticulous about your taxes, because there's so many people that hate on you.
Do you know of other girls on OF who don't pay any taxes?
Oh God, I'm stressing out. I started sweating as soon as you mentioned taxes. Unfortunately, like in Canada, I think there's a lot of girls that try and like dodge it.
We had Kayla Loren, she was sitting in here from Inside Only, and she's like, I'm shocked at how many of these girls don't pay taxes.
I'm shocked at how many get away with it. It's bad because the girls who are making tons and tons of money are trying to dodge it even more.
They're going to be the ones with the $6 million tax bill in a little while.
Don't have hobbies?
No. You know what the thing is? A lot of times girls have normal things that they call hobbies. They'll say like, I'm into like vacations. Like I love traveling. Or you say, you know, I love like
eating,
movie,
not a hobby.
restaurant.
No.
I'm like a foodie.
No,
like, yeah,
no, everybody's
not a hobby.
It's like in your social media, like your dating profiles, like I love to laugh. Yeah, everybody does.
yeah.
Everybody does.
Like me, is a very big fan of Warhammer 40,000, and it gives me new hope for any series that they do. I've seen interviews of Henry Cavill where he'll start talking about Warhammer. Somebody else in the interview will talk about it too, and then they start like, now they're suddenly they're Warhammer buddies, right?
Let's talk about what you guys personally geek out about. Henry, let's start with you.
The easy answer is Warhammer 40,000. That is my jam. I have been into it since I was 10.
What's your army at the moment?
Custodes.
Yeah. I'm going Necrons next year.
Necrons? Okay. All right.
Cool.
Were you into?
Yes.
That's my jam, and that's the stuff I do in my free time.
That's amazing. Amazing.
That's the actor that I want to be involved in an IP that I'm really invested in.
Men are becoming so weak because they idolize sex. They put sex on a pedestal, and the quickest and easiest way to weaken a man is sex. And it's the dumbest thing on the planet to invest in women who don't care about you. And all of these OnlyFans girls, all of these porn sites, all these webcam girls, they're there to manipulate you. So the reason why men have lost all their masculinity is that they put looks and appearance on a pedestal. And if a woman looks like a woman that he likes, he will drop all of his boundaries and standards just to get her attention, and she manipulates you. And if you're a man who can get manipulated by a pretty girl, you are the weakest man in the world. You're the weakest. Whereas if you're a man who can stand strong with a beautiful girl, you're the strongest. So I think because men are becoming so weak to beauty and so saturated by sex and stuff, that's why we've got no masculinity left.
About the one that got away.
He is just one of the most amazing people that I've ever met, like literally captivating. He's just his confidence, motivation, the way that he sees life. I've never met anybody like that, and oh God, it's actually like cutting deep to even talk about it.
Could I ask then, how comes you aren't together at the moment?
It just didn't work out. It was just one of those things where I think we're both just going on different paths. We have different views on things, different ways that we see the world, but that doesn't mean that I don't appreciate the way that he sees things and that I'm not inspired by it and in awe of him. I mean, I feel like I'm literally his like #1 fan at this point. Like, I'm always gonna be his biggest cheerleader, whether he knows it or not. I'll always be supporting him.
And is this someone we might know by any chance?
You might do. He's been on the channel before, so you might be able to work it out. Okay. And he knows who he is as well. If he sees this, he knows who he is.
What would it take to get back with this person?
I don't think that there's anything that it would take to get back with this person. I guess it's a case of the stars aligning, a shift in the tides. You know, I think if we're supposed to be together one day, then maybe we will, but I'm not gonna place all of my hopes on that. I have to live my own life, and I hope that he does the same.
For you all that play guitar, this being up here on stage, and possibility of selling records and playing stadiums or whatever the you think it is that success is, it is not. Success is just playing this instrument right here. That's what it's about. I don't give a if you're in a garage, your basement, you're playing online, the greatest cover band of all time. Just know that when you put this on, it is a superpower. Nobody can with you. So that's the success. That was the happiest I ever was, and I'm still the happiest playing this thing. It don't matter what you're doing. So everybody give it up for all the guitar players up on the deck tonight. And wives, let them buy that 23rd guitar. They really need it. Let's go.
All right, put me back in. There we go. Hey, how's it going, guys? Sorry about the delay today. Kyle and I were trying to work out the audio issues once again. Still are doubling up, and I don't know how we're going to end up doing this yet, but we'll figure something out. Trying to once again get the sound drops, get all the I don't know, I don't even know what to call it, like auxiliary audio.
It just keeps doubling up.
It just keeps doubling up. I know. We're gonna have to get somebody in here, a real professional in here at some point. But thanks for being so bloody patient with us today. I have a couple of things that I wanted to get into. Let's see. First and foremost, there's not going to be any Access Vegas this Thursday because Mike and I will be at Babes in Toyland. That will be in Los Angeles. That is the halfway to Halloween Babes in Toyland. So there's going to be, it's almost kind of like a costume kind of thing. So that should be real interesting. We will be back the last Thursday of April. So that's coming up. Now, did anybody catch the last episode of Access Vegas? Because that was a hot one. We had Jesus Christ, I'm trying to get my fucking in-ears there. Okay. That was a real hot one. And it got hot at the end. Of course, we had Myron and Fresh on there. We had Marquette. You have to put a Q in there. Marquette, Devon, Burton. Is he still going by Burton? Because I only see him use Devon now. Anyways. And we also had Jake Shields, myself, Mike Sartain, and we started out with 8 girls. By the end of the night, we were down to 4. And I just wanted to, like, before I get the ball rolling here, today's show is really going to be really about, the title of the show, of course, is Perfect is Boring. And we're going to talk about, please tell me it's Kaká or Kaká or whatever. I don't even know what the guy's name is. Is it Kaká?
It's Kaká or Kaká.
Kaká? We'll just call him Kaká. Okay. Kaká? Am I pronouncing? Everybody's going to give me shit for pronouncing. If you guys give me shit for pronouncing Marquette's name wrong, you're going to give me shit for pronouncing Kaká's. Kaká? But we'll be talking about him today because that's going to be the launch off point for really a show that I've been wanting to do for a while here. I really want to do a more dedicated show to this particular topic, but I think that we're getting sort of lost in the weeds these days. And what I mean by that is we're not getting back to basics. Like people criticize the red pill these days, like myself, just like by association anyways, but they're criticizing a lot of the usual suspects. Myself, Myron, of course, Fresh is getting there. Yes, I talked about Fresh last week. If you guys want to know where the Fresh episode is, just go look at last week's video. It's right there. I thought I was being very, very timely about it. Yeah, exactly. Thanks. You know what? Point taken. I'll take that one on the chin. You're right. Exactly. And Kaká, not Kaká. And yeah, I'll own that. I will. You don't have to do me. You don't have to fucking give me shit, right? Like I'll still have you banned, but oh, you did. Thank you. But I will own that. Because I am getting to the point right now. I hate to say this. I got a bad taste in my mouth at the end of Thursday night. I'm just going to be upfront and honest. If nothing else, one thing you can expect on my show is like 100% complete transparency and fucking honesty. And I will tell you at this point right now that I did not have a good taste in my mouth at the end of that show. I understand the formula. I understand the theme. I understand the template that people want to use. And it's not just Myron and Fresh. Myron and Fresh like pioneered it more or less. I mean, they're the ones that sort of came up with the theme anyways. I almost kind of feel like Myron and Fresh and Myron primarily is a lot like Howard Stern back in the old days. And Howard Stern pioneered that one sort of like what we really do right now. Like I've got Kyle in the back there. I can talk to Kyle. We kind of break down the third wall, but we also break down the fourth wall or whatever as well. Because I can talk to the people in the studio. I can talk to Kyle and everything, and they become part of the show. That's the old formula for like Howard Stern. And the reason why he was such a big deal, if you ever seen Private Parts, is the movie Private Parts, which was sort of like the story of Howard Stern. He just basically went up there and just spoke what was on his mind. And that's what people wanted. Like the people who hated Howard Stern, they still listened because they wanted to see what he was going to say next. And the people who loved him stuck around and listened to the show because they wanted to see what he had to say next, because it was outrageous. Like now it almost seems like Howard Stern's really kind of tame compared to a lot of the shit that's going on podcasts. And I don't just mean red pill podcasts, but I mean, there's other podcasts that have different formulas and different templates as well. But a lot of them still follow that a basic theme. So if you look at like, say, Louder with Crowder, or even like some of these guys, like I can't even really give it to Daily Wire too much, because like if I look at like Brett Cooper, or I look at, well, I used to look at what Candace Owens was doing, or Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh doesn't break down any walls. He's got it's almost like he's a performance actor. It's like all he's doing is just like reporting the news. It's almost like Jon Stewart or some shit like that. Whereas I've got a lot more respect for people who do shit live. And I've said that before. I'll say it one more time here, is if you are doing live streams, you're a different animal than, say, someone like Brett Cooper or Matt Walsh or even Ben Shapiro, because they don't take criticism live like I am right now. And like I said, I'll post that. If I feel like I did something bad, then I'm gonna fucking own that. You're not gonna see these sons of bitches do that. So I'm gonna be Howard Stern here, right? I'm gonna be 100% honest with you and just speak about whatever I'm gonna speak about. And what I'm seeing right now, as far as that template and that theme, is we're starting to see people playing to an audience rather than actually having their heart in that fucking show and having that purpose and that principle that's driving it, that's behind it. And so what happens is, and this is no cut on Marquette, because I like Marquette quite a bit. I think he's a fantastic debater. I think he's very, very intelligent. He's very, very educated. He definitely knows his shit when it comes to business. He knows his shit when it comes to women and everything else. But I think that when you put him in a room with a bunch of girls, that's what you get. You get a different Marquette, and you get a different Dave Cooley, for example. Like Dave Cooley, when he came on the show, or I can even throw Andrew Wilson into there. And again, this is not a flame or a cut on these guys, but it's this idea that once we know the template, we have to take that template and take it to the next level. We have to escalate that template. We have to go, okay, if Myron Fresh are here and I want to start a new channel, I got to be a little bit here. Oh, and if this guy is there, if Dave Cooley's there, then Marquette's got to be here. And it's this nuclear escalation of who can be more outrageous. It's like outrage brokership and brinksmanship. Maybe it's like you're going to outdo the next guy by doing what? By just like saying, you know what, all you bitches, just get off my show, and then you have no show. Like, I mean, what's the ultimate, like the logical, most extreme, deductive, like end of that? Like, where's the end game? What's the logical end game? And I think what's happening is a lot of these guys, and this is not Marquette, but I see a lot of other guys who are coming into the space right now, and they see or they feel like they have to play to an audience, and it's not them, it's the fucking audience. It's the kids that are going, get her, get her, get her, get her. And they started doing this with Kevin Samuels, and people love Kevin Samuels because it was get her, get her, get her, get her, Maury Povich, get her, Jerry Springer, get her, get her, get her. And it's like, I understand the entertainment value of that, but there's nothing productive that comes out of that. There's no constructive conversations that come out of that, because what happens is if all you're there to do is to dress down the women or to give the guys in the chat some sort of comeuppance, to live vicariously through Dave Cooley, through Marquette, through Myron, through myself, through whoever else, if all you're there to do is see these girls get their just desserts, get the revenge that you can't get because you're too chicken shit to talk to women, period. But you're too chicken shit to talk to them in a way that would be critical, in a way that you think is, oh, we're just holding women accountable. Fine, go ahead and do that. But realize that the reason why you're in that chat to begin with is so you can feel better about that. So you can feel better about somebody somewhere is finally saying what I would say to these girls if I had half the chance to fucking say it. That's not the fucking red pill. That's a practice. That is an outcome of it. That is an entertainment factor for sure based on the red pill, but that is not the red pill. And that's what we need to start to get back to. But the problem is that we can't get back to it because right now, if I go and do this, and I will guarantee you there'll be some son of a bitch in the fucking chat right now. There'll be somebody in the comment section. There'll be somebody watching a clip from this who will have some bullshit take to say without watching watching everything out of context and not knowing what was actually going on before and after the 145-second buzz clip they saw on TikTok or the reels or on fucking shorts or something like that. But they'll carry that and they'll take it to the nth fucking degree. That's not the fucking red pill. That's just a formula for CTR, for click-through rate. It's just a formula for fucking engagement. And you know what? If you're participating in that, you are the product. Not the girl that's on the show, not the guy that's grilling the girl on the show. You're the fucking product. Because what happens is when you have, like, for instance, I've been critical of like, say, Andrew Tate in this sense, but also like other people who you would consider quote unquote gurus. And I fucking hate that term guru, because what happens is that guru might start out being very committed, but might start out with some principles, right? Might be like, you know what? I read The Rational Male. I read 48 Laws of Power. I read whatever it is. And I'm starting to connect dots. I'm actually doing something. I've got some new ideas. I got some innovations. I got some new things I got some new thoughts. Can we have this conversation? Let's start talking about, like, red pill awareness. That's great. The problem is that when you start drawing an audience and they expect something out of their guru, that guru becomes something different because he's trying to cater to the audience. And it's no longer about the principle. It's no longer about the red pill. It's about what's going to get me to that next level. What's going to push my brand up above everybody else's level. And if that's what you're getting into this into the red pill or into the manosphere, or whatever it is, if that's where you're drawing your audience from, understand that who you were when you started will not be who you are when you get to like where you are right now. Because what happens is these kids in the Rumble chat and the fucking YouTube chat and whatever else, they want blood. And the people who are on those shows, they know that they want blood. And if they don't get blood, they go, these guys are weak. These guys don't want to have a conversation. These guys don't want to hold women accountable. These guys are simps. These guys are incels. These guys are, insert whatever epithet that you want to put into there. So understand that if that's why you're here, and if you're here for the gladiatorial combat, if you're here for the fucking bread and circuses, like you can leave right now. Seriously, just fucking leave the chat, because I want to be more about education. I want to be more about helping people, giving them the tools and giving them the education and connecting the dots and having the conversations that are constructive. So people say, oh, well, the Rolo and the red pill, they don't have any prescriptions. No, we don't. But that doesn't mean that you can't come up with your own prescriptions using the data and using the information that I give you or somebody else gives you. It could be Ryan Stone. I don't care who it is. But I think a lot of people think I'm just here to gloss myself. I'll give credit where it's due. I think Ryan Stone will be a great read. Aaron Clarey is a great read. Quite honestly, I think myself, Ryan Stone, and Aaron Clarey are the only people doing any kind of research and development. We're the only ones backing our shit up. We're the only ones quoting studies. We're the only ones who are writing books. We're the only ones who are, well, in Aaron's case, is actually doing the data and getting the stats and doing the economics. Like, the fucking guy's an actuary. Thank you very much. He's doing the numbers. He's crunching the hard numbers. He's a consummate statistician. No, like, give him his fucking flowers, for Christ's sake. But he's doing stuff. He's producing something. He's got a book out. I've got 5 books. He's got more books than I do. Ryan Stone's got at least 3 books out now. 3 books out. I mean, Rich Cooper's got 1 book out. I mean, at least they're producing something. Look for, if you want somebody who's going to be an educator, if you want somebody who's going to be a teacher for you, if you're looking for a quote unquote guru or the dad you never had, or if you're a sheep in search of a shepherd, at least do yourself the solid and find a guy who is actually producing something, who is actually helping men hands-on right there. Here's what's going on. Having that conversation, having that back and forth, who is open to his own critical analysis, who's open to criticism, constructive criticism, right? That's the guy that you want to have as somebody who is an educator, not as your leader, as an educator, as a person from whom you can learn knowledge from, you can connect dots and you can have a conversation with. If you're going to change your life, you're going to do it on your fucking own, but you're not going to do it alone, because you're going to have a good source of education. Look for quality fucking content. And that's the thing that's really getting to me right now, is I keep seeing all these guys who come into this space, and all it is they want to find a way to better please the outrage hunger, the indignation hunger that their Rumble audience wants to be fed with. They're fucking drug dealers. The drug is dopamine. The drug is endorphins. The drug is whatever is outrage. The drug is indignation. The drug is just that whatever the chemical cocktail is that you feel every time you see some girl getting dressed down by a guy and you put yourself into the role of that guy. It's just like porn, right? When you're watching 2 people fuck, you put yourself sort of into the mental space of the guy who's doing the fucking. That's fucking you. That's pornography, and it's fucking mental masturbation is what it is. Get out there and fucking do something. I'm going to point out another thing here, because later on in today's show, I'm going to talk about this video, and I forget the lady's name. She was I think she's a psychologist or a socio-psychologist. She was just on Joe Rogan, and if I can find the clip, I will. I think I've got it. I think Mike sent me the clip, but she was talking to Joe Rogan, and she was saying that she has no hope for Generation Z. And I'm paraphrasing here. We'll get to this video. And I was like, well, this is curious. So I listened to what she had to say. She said, this generation has never been more fucking fearful. Okay. Yeah. Hey, dude, here you go. Fuckwit. There's your fucking, see, look, I put shit like this on my fucking show. Right. Oh, quit crying about what? About what, motherfucker? About what? About the fact that I'm telling you the fucking truth, that I'm telling you that this is what you fucking want. Does he just gobble this shit up? Yeah, what happens is when guys want to throw hate fucking super chats on there, I'm happy to put those fucking things up there, because all it is serves as an example of what the fuck I'm talking about right now. Now, getting back to my point, with Joe Rogan and this psychologist lady. She was saying that, you know, the Zoomer generation right now is the most fearful generation that she's ever experienced in her life. And she's maybe she's a sociologist now that I think about it. And one of the points she was making is that this generation, even more so than the millennials, want to be told what to do. They want to have their hands held. They don't want to make any, they don't want to take risks. They don't want to go out there and jump out of the plane with a fucking parachute. They simply don't want to go and do things, or they're fearful of actually going out and doing things. And I think that one of the ways that we entertain those guys and sort of keep them in that fucking pocket is by giving them shit where they can vicariously live through guys like Myron Gaines or anybody else, right? Or even myself, or maybe even Kevin Samuels, maybe like name the you know, outrage broker of choice. And it's like life behind the screen. It's life behind a fucking buffer. But it's worse than that, because you can exponentially commiserate with God knows how, like hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people who are doing exactly the same thing as you. There you go. Thank you, brother. Very few of us have the courage to speak the truth. Well, and let me tell you, the thing is the reason why it takes courage to speak the truth is because sometimes the truth isn't fucking marketable. Sometimes the truth is hard, man. It's hard to say because it the truth will damage your fucking brand. The truth will, like, if your personal brand, if your ego and your fucking revenue are connected to the same, like, I don't know, YouTube channel or your influencer fucking business, if your ego and your revenue is measured in likes, engagement, CTR, follows, subs, if that's the metric, if that's how you measure your success, if that's how you measure your ego, then yeah, you will probably develop little psychological mechanisms to avoid actually telling the fucking truth when you see the fucking truth in front of you. So when I see that, I got to fucking call it out. Okay, let me get to some of these super chats here before I get too lost in the sauce. Oh, hey, Toby, thanks for becoming a new member. What do we got here? Weaponry fitness, right on. Hey, Rolo Tomasi, RT. I practice a variety of martial arts, but the goal is to maintain longevity, fitness, and mental stability. Good. How do you showcase dark triad traits if I don't fight in the ring? Exactly. And I have many just dormant. Okay. You mean your dark triad traits are dormant? All right. I've talked about this before. This is actually a pretty good question because it kind of gets into the perfect is boring. I'll see if I can answer this for you. I'll be as succinct as I possibly can here. When did I do this video? I know what it was. I was criticizing Dr. Jordan Peterson again. And I think it was interesting because Dr. Jordan Peterson has been on record on God knows how many different reels and how many different, you know, podcasts talking about how men need to be dangerous. They have to be ready to, you know, they have to have a capacity for physical violence, right? And martial arts, yes, that's a capacity for physical violence if it's necessary. If you're trained, of course, you know, if you're taught, you know, to respect the skills that you have, of course. But the thing is that for all of the men need to be dangerous bullshit, then you've got Jordan Peterson in another video talking about how, you know, if you think strong men are dangerous, you should see what weak men can do. And it's just like this, it's nothing but contradictory message after contradictory message. And when I was doing sort of the analysis of this, I said exactly the same thing that you're saying, which is it's good to have a capacity for violence. It's good to be able to be built. Like when you see a guy like that's yoked, when you see a guy that's got some muscle to him, a lot of times all it takes is that, you know, if a guy who's going to try to fucking roll you on the street or something like that, if you're big enough, they're not going to fuck with you because they're like, nah, this guy looks like he could pound me into the fucking pavement, right? And there are, I think they've done this. They've done studies with like convicted, like violent criminals. I said, well, why did you kill the guy that you killed? Or why did you mug the guy that you mugged? And one of the first things I'll say is he looked like a guy that I could mug. He had the look of somebody that like I could abuse and that I could take advantage of, right? That's where the conversation starts, but it always starts with that. And so if there's a weak look, there's also certainly a strong look as well. And I think one of the things that Jordan Peterson really misses the boat on is when he talks about how men need to have a capacity for violence. I 100% agree with that. But the problem is he says, but you got to keep the sword in the sheath, right? I'm like, well, what the fuck does it matter? Because if you have a capacity for violence and if you have a capacity for dark triad traits, it doesn't matter. I'm using the violence part, like as you said, you mentioned martial arts. I'm using that as sort of the example here. But if you want to say, well, I actually have some dark triad traits, but I sort of keep them under wraps, I think a lot of us do. I think that, quite honestly, from my perspective anyways, I think that everybody has a certain level or certain tolerance level for psychopathy, Machiavellianism, and narcissism, amongst other things too. There's also if you look at the big 5 personality traits too, there's agreeableness and there's other traits. Just because we call these 3 dark, everybody fixates on those, right? There's other traits. We could talk about those, and sometimes people keep those hidden too. Or they lean into them depending on what's rewarded. So if your dark triad traits are rewarded by the chicks who want to suck your dick, or if your agreeableness is rewarded by, a receptive audience because you're a stand-up comedian or something like that, well, that might also be something that works in your benefit as well. However, if you have a sword in a sheath, it's just a sword in a fucking sheath, and nobody knows that there's a sword in that sheath until you pull it out and you fucking use it. And that's the thing that gets me about the whole you have to have a capacity for violence. Well, no one knows you have a capacity for violence until you beat a motherfucker down. That's when people know that you have a capacity for violence. Or maybe you do a tournament, a sparring tournament, in whatever martial arts you practice, right? Maybe you actually display the fact that you have that capacity. Because if you have a guy, like I happen to know, be pretty close personal friends with John Fitch. John Fitch, former MMA like champion, belt wearing fighter, right? John Fitch will probably fucking bury my ass, right? I know that. I've seen him fight. But if you see John Fitch and you don't know he's John Fitch, and he see him with he looks like Easy Rider, man. I mean, he's got like shoulder length long hair, and he's got his beard and everything. He looks fucking like he's crazy, you know? If I didn't know that was John Fitch, I'd say that's a homeless motherfucker on the street. That dude would fucking kill you in like several different ways. But the sword is in the sheath. The sheath is he looks like he's straight out of Easy Rider. The sword in the sheath is he doesn't like mouth off about it. He doesn't pop off about, hey man, I'll kill your ass because I'm happen to be John Fitch and I'm an MMA fighting champion, right? He's not going to say something like that. But unless you know that dude could probably whoop your ass, it seems like cowardice. Unless you're a guy who's familiar with that guy's skills and he backs down from it, say, hey, it's okay. I realize you're drunk. It's okay. Whatever, please, no disrespect, but, please leave the club, whatever, and he's doing something like that, knowing, unless the guys know that you can do that, it seems like it's cowardice. It seems like it's a de-escalation of something that ought to be escalated instead of de-escalated. So, but that's the example I'm saying. So what about dark triad personality traits? Well, same thing. Until you show them, until you exercise them. And I'm not saying you go willy-nilly and like people want to use this as a binary extreme, right? Oh, well, Rollo said I should just go full Machiavellianism and full, psychopathy. Boy, I can't wait to be the Joker, right? It's like, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that maybe you express them, or you put yourself into situations where that behavior might come out. And it might come out legitimate. It could plausibly come out legitimately in those situations. And again, it's not, don't be something you're not, or be a poser, or try to like get into situations where you can impress some girl because, hey, look, I've got an opportunity to use my Machiavellian side. Don't look for shit like that. But also don't back away. Don't dissuade it when that opportunity arises. So there you go. Drizzle. Okay, whatever, bro. People don't think I'll read everything I do. Hey man, thank you for that. Is all pre-selection beneficial? Haha, we're going to talk about that today. As a 40-year-old male with a great job and fitness goals, older women 50 to 55 often flirt and engage. Okay. Nothing like a MILF or a GILF in that. Does this attention enhance my attractiveness to younger women? It can. Or can some pre-selection detract from desirability? Thanks for your hard work. It can. I don't think in that situation it can. Let me give you an example. And I'm sorry, Justin. I'm gonna have Justin. I was just talking to Justin last night, as a matter of fact. I'm gonna sell Justin down the river here for just a little teeny tiny bit. Justin and I were at with George Gammon and Jason Hartman and Ken McElroy, and Kiyosaki. Yeah, Robert Kiyosaki was there too. But it was about 2 years ago. I think it was 2022, and we were in Texas, and we were at an event called the Collective. It's very similar to well, actually, it happened simultaneously, I should say, with George Gammon's Rebel Capitalist conventions, which I think he's ramping up to 2 again. But I usually go to the one that's in June. So this time, George said, hey, you can bring a guest if you want. So I brought Justin, and Justin came out with one of his chicks or whatever. And we're out there in Texas, and we're at this one dinner, and there's like this very, very good kind of like old school country band that's playing. Now, this is not my music, so I was like, I'm not going to get out there and dance. But this fine Southern gentleman named Justin Waller, who happens to be 6'2", 6'3", goes out and he starts dancing because he knows how to dance. Like, he's from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and he knows how to dance at that kind of stuff that way. He's very, very much a good old boy. He's very much a country boy. But does he go and pick the hottest chick that's out there that he could go and dance with? No, he doesn't. He goes and finds one of these girls who is not the kind of girl that a guy like him would necessarily be with. He told me this later on, deliberately goes out and like finds like maybe a fat chick or like a girl who's just sort of like a wallflower girl, like a plain Jane. And he swing dances with them and dips them and does this stuff. And like, he lifts them up and stuff, like, cause he knows how to do this shit. Right. But he doesn't do it with the hottest bitch in the club. He does it with a sort of, I know it's maybe a 5 or 6. Right. And the reason he does that is because he's generating his own pre-selection and his own social proof. Technically, I would call it pre-selection by going and doing that, because it means that he understands, he gets it. He gets the game. He's giving just a little bit of himself to give these girls, the girls who would never have the opportunity to dance like that once in their life. He goes up there and dances with them. And he only did it he danced with like 2 of them. Right. But let me tell you something. After that, that's when all of the girls wanted to get to know Justin, because he is the kind of guy if he's the kind of guy who would go and dance with these girls who most of the time wouldn't get asked to the high school homecoming dance. If he's willing to do that, it's endearing to the women who are probably his targets, like the people who are like the women who are actually very, very hot. So what it is, it's almost like this sense of generosity. He understands that he's hot, but he's like, it's okay. I'm going to go and give this girl a thrill. We know there's nothing that's going to happen after the end of this, but he goes out there, dances with a girl who's like not even of his caliber, so that the other girls who are of his caliber understand that he is like sort of has that sort of agreeable, like niceness to him. And then that breaks the ice. And then that's when he lays the real game on them. Now, let me ask you something. So Kyle, you just heard that story, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that's manipulative? Do you think that is narcissistic, Machiavellian, or psychopathic?
No, I'm just
for him to want to go and do something like that, because that's a very, very fine line. I don't think so either, but I can see how that could be misconstrued as being like, oh, he's only doing that and dancing with those girls so he can get in the pants of the hot girls. That's a manipulative game player. Yeah. Unless you happen to be the plain Jane that he just danced with and had the time of her life with.
She feels special.
Yes. So, yeah, but I can understand how that could be misconstrued as being somewhat dark triad by doing something like that. He's not doing that for her benefit. He's doing that so he can get laid.
It's a symbiotic relationship.
Yeah. Love the content, Rolo, but Myron's words don't hit the same after what happened with Walter. Shaking my head. We knew she was a 304. No, you didn't know she was a 304. Nobody knew. No one knew. Well, I knew, but unless he told you that she was a 304 and she was an escort. Like, she's an escort, man. Got it? The biggest fuck up that and Fresh admits to this, the biggest fuck up he said was by admitting the fact that he nutted in her. That's done. You basically gave her the fucking keys to the castle at that point. Whether she's an escort is immaterial at this point. Whether she's an escort, whether she's a 304, whether she's definitely okay. I'll give it to you. Yes, very predatory. Definitely an escort. At least by all allegedly, all by all the video and all the evidence I've seen, and I've seen more than other people have seen on those videos. And by talking to James Sexton, yeah, character witness wise, she's cooked, but it's immaterial. There's a baby involved. That's all that matters, and that's all a judge is gonna care about. And trust me, if Fresh gets a female judge for that case, for that paternity case, bye. I love Fresh, and I think he'll probably weather it pretty well. And he's not giving, like, people say, oh, Fresh must recuse himself, right? He must acquit, he must acquit himself. He must recuse himself from being a part of the red pill. He must give up the red pill now. Like, people want him to like go to jail or go away. By the way, I was watching Brett Cooper. I was thinking about riffing on Brett Cooper's most recent video of Myron and Fresh. Let me explain something to you, Brett. If you're watching right now, you are 100% patently like 180 polar opposite of being right about any of this shit. The only reason she got all indignant, Brett, is because of Fresh trying to convince this escort in this 304 to not have the baby, assuming there even is a baby, because we're still on the offense. The jury's still out on that fucking thing until we got a DNA test and until we see what's going on, until the baby comes out black. We don't know. But you know what? Everybody's so fucking quick to fucking jump on that content. And I will agree with Myron. Like, when I'm looking at MTR stuff and I'm looking at Brett Cooper stuff, and trust me, Lila Rose, yeah, I've seen what you're talking about, and I understand you are also absolutely 100% wrong as well. The only thing that you are right about is the fact that there is a child involved. And yes, did he try to get her to have an abortion? Yes, those are already on record. But she was trying to get him to commit to violence, to commit to, like, well, what are you going to do to me? Fresh is so funny. He's like, what do you mean? What am I going to do to you? Well, what do you mean? And I'm just like, so you could tell, like, she's been coached through this.
Trying to bait him.
Yeah, definitely been coached, definitely been, and probably is still being coached. For a woman who is supposed to be, like, I don't know, in some sort of mental anguish and distress over all of this, she's sure going on a lot of fucking podcasts. She's sure going on a lot of people's show. Like when I don't know what the name of the show was, but she was on with like Destiny happened to be on the show. And now you don't see Destiny's face, you only hear his voice on this thing. And she is just flustered. You could tell she's not used to getting pressed like that. And I don't think Destiny is necessarily a big fan of Myron and Fresh, but I do know that he is. I mean, he's probably been, well, in fact, I know for a fact he's been in the same situation with, not with Lauren Southern's kid, but with his own kid. And so, yeah, I can understand that he has a personal investment in this, but, like, I don't think that what's her name? Daisy or Jing or whatever the hell her name is. I don't think she was ready to be pressed in the same way, in the way that Destiny was pressing her. And you guys know what my history was with Destiny. I'm never going to like the guy, but there's sometimes he does good shit. Sometimes he talks some real shit. And this is one of those instances where he talks some real shit. So when I listen to her and I listen to her get pressed and she just collapses when she gets pressed, it says to me that she's doing this with an intent. And I would not be surprised if there is no child involved, or if there is a child involved, she will probably take it upon herself to have an abortion, but do so once she can squeeze enough money out of Fresh, or she can squeeze enough. She can find some way to sort of like catapult her career as a, I don't know, fucking escort, and become something more than she is, just off the back of making Fresh sweat the whole time. Even if there is a child involved, people. Okay, so I wanted to point this out too, because I got people wanted to call me the carpet on this. They say you should have told Fresh that he needs to take accountability for the baby. Do you not think that everybody that knows Fresh has said exactly the same fucking thing? So that's number one. I think a lot of people really want, like, someone like Fresh, like when your hero, like, never meet your heroes, right? When your hero is on the fucking ropes, you'll know who the people who are like, who believe in you, and the people who never believed you. They just were watching. They're hate follows, right? They follow you up until the point you're on the ropes, and they're like, yeah, fucking bury that motherfucker. I always knew he was a fraud and a charlatan, whatever. And that's where kind of like Fresh is right now, because people who even people who really, really like Fresh, I've seen some of these people talking shit about Fresh and like, oh, he should have just took accountability for the baby he created. You motherfuckers don't even know if a baby even exists right now. So that's number one. Number two is, even if there is a child there, do you not think that I would say something like that? Do you not think that, like, we don't have to do it live and fucking on camera? But unless we want to appease, I don't know, first name bunch of numbers dude on Twitter or whoever else, trying to press, they want to press Fresh through myself or Mike or Myron or Marquette or whoever else. They want to find some way to get to Fresh because they know they can't get to him themselves. Let's see. Okay, we already put you on there. You're done. Thank you, brother. Few of us have the courage to speak the truth. Thank you. What do we got here? R. Allen, for the next year's Golden Knights season tickets. Keep up the great work. Thank you. Yeah. Next season? Nah. Well, we already are in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Thank you very much. How long we'll stay in this playoffs, I don't know. But I think we're doing pretty good so far. Rollo, you're correct. And thank you for your books. I use them in my IT class. Oh, really? And I teach them to make decisions independently in the office. Well, thank you very much for that. By the way, The Rational Male, you can find it available on Amazon, and you can get it on Audible as well. All five books. There are 5 of them. One of these days, I should just do an AMA about nothing but the books at some point. What do we got here? Professor Rollo, is it reasonable to go to a male therapist to learn emotional management and stopping escapism because of corn addiction? We are actually going to delve into that topic on one of the videos that I'm going to riff on here in just a moment. So please stand by. Just says, hey, just some guy. A pleasure as always. Thank you, Rollo. Yeah, you got it. Thank you for that $200. I would do the Don DeMarco sound, but I'm still fucking around with this stupid sound system. Yeah, I could do it for you, but you would hear it infinitely. I like bread and blood. Of course you do. Put the pill in the cheese. I've been struggling through book 1 of Rational Male. I listen for 5 minutes and have the dissidents for 30. The dissidents? Okay. King, you're right about the blood sports, but they're not ready to get out of the matrix. Yeah, they don't want to be unplugged. Ain't you afraid to this backfire at you? Well, I'll explain something to you about it here in just a second. Sometimes Myron and Marquette. I told Marquette he had to start using, when he said my name, he had to roll the R. Rollo. Sometimes Myron and Marquette have a Marquette way of handling women on these podcasts is the only way to go. Sometimes, yes. Modern day 304s are very disrespectful to men, and masculine men won't tolerate that pugnacious attitude or that pugnacious behavior. Okay. You will tolerate that pugnacious behavior, because if you weren't, then these shows wouldn't be as popular. If men were actually checking women, if men were trying to keep most ratchet 304s in pocket, if they were actually doing that, then the popularity of these shows would not be what they are right now, because people would be doing it. It would be commonplace, right? So why would this be it? Why would that sort of format be anything? People like it when Danny Banks castled herself off the show. And I also have to point this out too, because I don't think a lot of people really understand this, or maybe they do, and they just don't want to understand it. But it's a lot like professional wrestling, right? It's kayfabe. But when you have women on a show, particularly, I mean, we let the girls drink on our show, but like when you are flowing Hennessy and White Claws on Fresh and Fit, you're going to get to the point of diminishing returns a lot quicker than you would if you didn't. So I think one of the interesting things is, I think a lot of the frustration that Myron has with these women is, well, Myron doesn't drink. Fresh, I've seen him drink once or twice, but he's definitely not a drinker. I've never seen Fresh drunk. I've never seen Myron drunk. I mean, maybe they were on their 100 or their million episode, or on the yachts. Okay, they're celebrating. Okay, but quite honestly, that's probably the only incident I can see where they've been even buzzed in the last 3.5 years that I've known them. So when you're the only sober guy in the club at like 2 a.m., it's like a superpower, okay? Because people are not in their right mind, but it's like truth serum. So when you get a ratchet 304 girl on Fresh and Fit and you put 2 White Claws in her, she's going to get mouthy. You put 4 White Claws in her, she is just going to be 20 decibels above everyone else in that room and just talking shit. And the thing is, and I really wish Myra would point this out occasionally, is that your take is bullshit. And before kicking them off the show, say, you're drunk. I mean, let's be honest. How many of I don't know if we have stats for this. Maybe Big Mo has stats for this. Of the women who have been castled off of the show, how many of them were so fucked up that they couldn't string a sentence together to begin with? Of course you're going to get kicked off the show. You're going to ratchet up the fucking the volume. You're going to start, you think that you're right. You're going to see the true personality come out. But don't try to have logical, rational conversations and try to make points with drunk women. Why not just say, hey, look, I mean, if that's the case, understand you've just hit the point of diminishing returns and just like sort of like, coddle them a little bit. It's okay. I realize you're fucked up right now. So you can't actually make a string together any kind of like valid, cogent point about what we're talking about right here. At least call that out instead of playing along and saying, well, you don't understand me. And because you don't want to understand me and you're just this entitled, egotistical bitch, right? No, you're just a fucking drunk 22-year-old on the show. That's what you are. So remember, when you're seeing these girls getting kicked off, they're probably fucked up. And so when you're looking at girls who are like, look like they're dreamy eyed and they can't, like they're either stoned or they're drunk. And if they look like they can't like see through their eyelids, they're probably fucking stoned before they even came on the show. Right? Kyle, do you think that more women smoke weed than guys smoke weed these days?
Depends on where. I'd say location based, yes, but I don't think so.
I have encountered more. I mean, hot chicks that all they do is smoke fucking weed. And I mean, I know guys that smoke weed. I know stoners. Don't get me wrong. Man. I fucking was a surfer kid for most of my life in Southern California. I know fucking guys are stoners, but it seems to me like ever since like marijuana has been more or less legalized in the States right now,
yeah,
it seems like more women are smoking weed than guys are smoking weed. And you want to really piss off a girl, you say, you know what, you would be so much more productive and you would reach your full potential. You would be the best version of yourself. You know how to do that? How? Stop smoking weed. That you could I'm dead serious. We need to do an experiment. Here's the experiment is you go and you say, okay, what do you find more offensive? If I tell you, if I ask you about your body count, or if I tell you to stop smoking weed, like which one of those two phrases do you get more like your fur goes up on the back of your neck? Which one of those? Because I will tell you right now, it's probably the weed. Like, what would you rather give up? If you had to give up these two things, your Instagram or smoking weed, what would you give up, ladies? Please answer me that in the chat. What would you give up if you had to give up one or the other? If you have to give up your Instagram or you have to give up smoking weed, which one are you going to give up? I would say women would be pressed to say, oh, I have to give up weed. I think they would probably keep smoking weed.
Yeah, honestly.
What do we got here? Rational agent. From my perspective, most of the relations, thanks for that 200 euros. Relationship based on attention and putting in the effort and excitement coming from the man instead of genuine burning desire. Yes. Funny. I just wrote another article about desire, authentic desire. Rolo, do you think the Christ pill and the red pill are compatible? Well, they're different. I don't necessarily think they're compatible or not compatible. I think there's certain aspects are. Does the Christ pill, how about just being Christian? Does it have to be a fucking pill? Help or harm our rationality when dealing with reality? Well, put it this way: hope clouds reason. And so if you're desperate, if you're emotional, obviously that clouds reason. All religion is essentially based on emotionalism. People will fight me on that, but it's a feeling, right? Do I think that the red pill and Christ pill, whatever, are compatible. I think they're different. They're two different things. If you being a Christian, let's just I'm not even going to dignify it with a fucking pill at this point. Being a Christian, okay. I think a lot of people are pick and pull Christians. They pick and pull the parts of Christianity that work best for them, and they just either they don't deny that the other parts that they disagree with exist. They just kind of like put them on a shelf or put them away, something that's inconvenient. And we all do this. I can't even really say it's a Christian thing too, but so when Christian men encounter the red pill, I think what they believe is that they have to take one or the other. And it's like, no, I mean, the red pill is just analysis. It's most ideal, most basic, most distilled form. The red pill is a praxeology. It is not an ideology. It is not a philosophy. It is not a religion. It is not a movement. It is not a set of beliefs. It is a praxeology. We write things down in pencil so we can erase them and put something new in there if it turns out that we were wrong about something. It is not a hard and fast moral absolutism. It is factual absolutism. And as a point of the praxeology is, if we are factual absolutists and that fact happens to be wrong, we reserve the right to erase it and put in the correct answer, instead of going, oh, you guys were bad people because you believed in something else. No, that's not what it's about. The Christ pill, for lack of a better term, is a practice. It is a set of best practices. It is, here's how I'm going to live my life. It is an ideology. I'm not saying an ideology is bad or good. It can be one or the other for sure, but it is different, set apart from a praxeology, which is just the nuts and bolts. It's like what is, not what should be, what we ought to do with it. It's here's what the data is. That's all. Bam, that's it. Where we get into trouble, where you get bullshit templates of, dude bro podcasts, red pill manosphere bro podcasts, right? I'm getting sick to death of listening to like people like Brett Cooper mouth off about shit they don't even know. It's not a set of practices. It's not like, here, this is what you ought to do. And I'm glad you brought this up, because I wanted to point this out too, because I watched, and I'm gonna have to paraphrase here because I don't have the video queued. But I watched Andrew Wilson, who I like, and Myron Gaines, who I also like, on Fresh and Fit. And Andrew was trying to press Myron on the 50 girls thing, right? Which Myron's bang 50 girls before you like want to settle down kind of thing. That sort of rule of thumb for that's his version of Iron Rule of Tomasi number 3. That's his, which is, anytime a woman makes you wait for sex, sex is never worth the wait. Oh my gosh. Or it's the praxeology, or excuse me, the vasectomy tweet. Rollo said everybody should get vasectomies, and he believes in transgender reassignment surgery, and everybody should start taking female hormones. Like, dude, it's like everyone wants to take it. You know why you get that? Because bread and circuses. Because if they can take that to the nth degree, if they can take that to its most illogical, ludicrous, absurd extreme, that's what's going to get click-through rate. Rollo's that vasectomy guy. No, I'm not. I fucking put out a fucking tweet that said, the quick, a tongue-in-cheek, actually it was a retweet. I was actually responding to Richard Reeves in that tweet. But people take it and they say, this is what the red pill says. Let's run around with our heads cut off. No, that's not what it's about. And so people do the same thing with Myron and the 50 girls thing, right? Which of course is, I think it's in one of his books. It says, don't even consider monogamy until you fuck 50 chicks, right? Well, I'm still working on that. I guess I'm not a true red pill because my body count is public knowledge. Is 42. Okay. I'm only 8 away. Ladies, line up, man. I need 8 more of you right outside the door here so I can get that 50, man. I will keep everything on the down low, but boy, I better, if I'm going to be a real man, I need you outside the door here. We're at Jade Apartments in Las Vegas. Come on in, come on down. Help me be a real boy. Let me be a real man. That's not basically, that's why it's ludicrous. And even like Myron has to over and over and over explain this to Andrew. It's a turn of phrase. It's a metaphor. It's an analogy. I know that's really hard for autistic children to wrap their heads around. But the fact of the matter is, it's not actually a number. Okay. It could be 20. He even says this. It doesn't have to be 50. It could be 20. What the point is that it having having more sex partners opens you up. Well, it does two things, by the way. And this is what I really wish Myron would have said during this exchange. But dating non-exclusively doesn't mean you have to fuck every chick that you're dating non-exclusively. Okay. You don't have to put your dick inside of every single girl that you might be considering, so you're learning from it. You might want to. And sometimes those plates fall off, and sometimes those plates are really good spinners. But really the 50 girls thing is essentially plate theory that there's 6 different chapters of in my first book. I'm very, very clear on everything about dating non-exclusively. Plate theory, spinning plates is just a euphemism that I took from Tom Likas back in the day, right? And I just took it. Here's an idea, and I expanded upon the idea. You got me, okay? So when we talk about spinning plates, we're really just talking about sexual non-exclusivity. It's dating without commitment. You know who else does that? Every single fucking woman in the world. That's why we say women have it's the female prerogative. She has the prerogative. She has the right to change her mind. Men don't get that prerogative. We should be able to change our mind, but we don't, because we're supposed to be men and we say what we mean and we mean what we say. We're committed to our purpose and our excellence and our mission and whatever the fuck else it is supposed to be. But women get to weigh options. And if they're not weighing options, we call them imprudent. We call them, oh, well, if she needs to be able, it's prudent for her to be able to select amongst a sexual selection of men. That's why The Bachelor is such a successful fucking show, because it does and mimics exactly that fucking dynamic. So when I listen to people talking about like, oh, well, dating non-exclusive, what's this plate theory stuff? You just want to have easy women, Rolo. Don't look at me. Look at the producers of the fucking Bachelor and The Bachelorette, I guess, too. Go check that out. Look at before you come after me for that. Go and look at the people who've been making a handsome amount of money. It's one of the top shows ABC has ever produced in season 28 or 29 right now. It's amazing. Like almost 30 years of the fucking Bachelor and Bachelorette, right? Now we got the Golden Bachelor. Now we got the fucking Bachelor Pet Edition or whatever the fuck it is, right? We have to try some variation on it. But the formula is essentially dating non-exclusively, trying to figure out which guy's the best or which girl's the best, and talking about it around the water cooler the next day in the office with Betty and the girls, right? So it's that fundamental dynamic there. But if you're gonna like ride on Myron for the 50 girls thing, go look at The Bachelor before you start giving him shit about it. Now, one of the interesting parts of that whole exchange between Andrew Wilson and Myron was, I think Andrew was trying to prove a point in that ratchet hose 304s have some sort of intrinsic value, inherent value, right? Well, you have to go through a bunch of them so that you can be a high value man. It's like, well, Myron's trying to say you don't necessarily have to be a high value. There's plenty of high value men who don't fuck. This is where I would part ways. I would say no. I would say high value men do fuck. High value men are the men that other men want to be and other women want to bang. That's the nuts and the butts, the most simplistic, most distilled down version of what a high value guy is. How you contextualize that, that's up to wherever you happen to live in your culture and your time, the time you live in, whatever. There's so many different contexts to that. You don't have to be the guy who makes $100,000 a year, drives a Lamborghini, goes to yacht parties and shit like that. As I said, you can be the only guy in your fishing village on the coast of Chile who happens to have a pickup truck. And that guy might be the highest value dude in the fucking fishing village on the beach right there. Okay. He's the guy other men want to be and other women want to fuck. Okay. Would they want to fuck him in downtown Miami? Probably not. Do they want to fuck him in the fishing village by the sea? Probably. So it just kind of depends. But the long and the short of it is, and I don't think that there's anything wrong in saying no, ratchet whores, whatever you want to call them, because the thing is that we're presuming that every chick that you fuck as a sort of a non-exclusive plate or a part of the 50 girls that you're banging is implicitly an easy, dish rag whore. That's what they're saying. I was like, no, we need to back that up. Okay. It takes skill to bed women. It takes skill. You've got to be in good money, muscles, and game, right? You have to have some sort of combination acceptable enough for a woman to want to spread her legs for you. Okay. So if we're going to say that women don't have any value whatsoever, no, they do. If for nothing more than being a cue and a marker of a man who is high value. Guys who fuck, women want to have, somewhere along the line, wanted to fuck that guy. The guy who is high value, that guy has women that are attracted to him, that want to be in his orbit, let's just say. So do women have some sort of intrinsic value? Yes, they do. And even if they don't have any other value, their value as a marker, as a cue of a high value man, that is what their value is to that guy. So I would have told Myron to say, you know what, you should just fucking own that. Say, yes, they do. And because Andrew's point hinged on one thing, they're all dish rag whores. If they're fucking you, if they want to have casual sex with you, if they want to have sex with you out of wedlock, then they are by definition whores. Like, I mean, you might as well just say they're whores, they're prostitutes, whatever. You may as well just say that, because that's the presumption. Guys who don't fuck are always concerned about the virtue of guys who do fuck. Guys who don't fuck are always concerned about, or their definition of sex, their only frame of reference for sex is transactional. It's only, well, she's only fucking you because she wants to take your money. She's only fucking you because she's easy. She's only fucking you because she has daddy issues. She's only like name it. How about this? They just like to fuck. Have we ever, like, I don't know about Kyle, I don't know about you, but I have been in situations where it's like women just want to fuck for the sake of fucking because it feels good, and it's like it's an opportunity, and there's no, like, I have had friends with benefits. I have, let's see, of my notch count, 4 of those women have been strippers. Okay. I am not with them. I'm with my wife, and I've been with my wife for 27 and a half years. So when people say, well, you can't fuck a lot of women and then have a really good relationship and a good marriage. Excuse me. Right. And I know for a fact that I am not the only guy my wife has ever slept with either. Okay. I don't know what her body count is like in particular, but I can off the top of my head, I'd say at least 5. Right. And mine's somewhere like 40, 41, 42, assuming we're not counting blowjobs. And so people go, oh my God, you're all married a whore. It's like, no, I married a normal fucking human being. I married a woman who enjoys sex, and she enjoys sex with me, and it's fucking great, man. It's like, even 27 and a half years later, it's fucking awesome. And I'm having more sex than most of these guys who are going, whores. So, like, before you start talking about, oh, women don't have intrinsic value, it's like, sometimes women just want to fuck. Really? It's okay. And I think the problem that most guys have when it comes to, like, sex, the guys who don't have sex, the reason that they're so dead set on policing guys who do fuck, the reason that, especially when it comes to virtue and everything else, is because that's one less bitch for them. It's really intrasexual competition is what it is. So when guys are concerned about your immortal soul, they don't give 2 fucking rats ass about your fucking your immortal soul. They're concerned that you might be licking the fucking ice cream. They're concerned that you might ruin some girl. They might fuck you, and then you become the alpha widow for them, and that girl can't get over you. That's why. And they understand that from day one. So we got to find ways to disqualify Ronaldo. We got to find some way to disqualify Jason Momoa or Jack Reach or Justin Waller, for Christ's sake. It's the very long-winded version of why the Christ pill is a practice. Thursday's show was unwatchable. I agree. I hate to say that I agree, but I agree. I've stopped watching FNF because of this and the way Myron's political views. Keep up the good fight. You know, I'll tell you something else is, like, I don't, now you guys understand. Do you now understand why I don't do politics? Do you now understand why I don't do race? I don't do ethno-nationalism. I don't do dem boys. I don't do, just fucking say it. You know, there was a point on that show where, and everybody knows Jake Shields' sort of political beliefs and views. Everybody knows what Myron's, and we're dancing around the fact. Just say Jews, okay? Can you just say that? For fuck's sake, if you were the badass and you had this this conviction that you're so right, then just fucking call it what it is. I tell people all the time, stop using their language when it comes to like wokesies and stuff. Well, if that's the case, then if I'm going to criticize people for like lacking conviction, like when I talk about like Lila Rose and I forget what that other chick's name is. Oh, Brett Cooper. There's another one. Like ladies, if you're going to talk shit about the red pill and then not back it up and not defend your position, you are a fraud. You lack conviction. And you know where your conviction is rooted in? It's in Jesus Christ. It's in the Bible. It's in God, Jehovah Jireh, whatever. You are disgracing your God and your faith if you are unwilling to defend it publicly. So I say, well, if you don't confess Christ before people, then he won't confess you before God in heaven or something like that. I'm not a biblical scholar. Don't get me wrong. But the idea of witnessing is for some franchises of Christianity, it's a very big deal, right? I understand it's a recruitment drive. You got to, but if you're willing to be very bold with your statements, if you're willing to declare your convictions, if you're willing to say, Fresh should never have asked this girl to abort the baby, which I happen to agree with you. But if that's your conviction and you're going to mouth off on Twitter to a worldwide audience, you're going to literally tell the world this. But then if I say, hey, how about this? And it's in the most polite monotone voice I can say, okay, well, if you feel so strongly about that, Miss Lila Rose, whatever, why don't you come to Sticky Paws in Las Vegas and we'll reserve some time and we'll sit across the table and have a very respectful conversation with you and we'll agree to disagree and we'll debate you, blah, 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 blah. I can do it as neutral a tone as possible. Fucking crickets. They don't care because their faith is content. Their conviction is empty. Their religion is empty. Yes, I'm saying this to you. Your fucking religion is dead because you won't defend it. Your very strong convictions, I'm all about this. I'm all about being pro-life. Good for you. Come into the studio and defend that. Come into the studio and tell me what you think the red pill actually is. Come into the studio and sit across the table, eye to eye from a live fucking human being on stream. We can simulcast to yours and mine. We'll make it as fair as possible, as neutral as possible, and defend your position. They won't do it because they're fakes, and their conviction and their faith is as fake as as empty as their statements. It's just if your religion is just content, I can't think of any better description of somebody who's taking the Lord's name in vain. You're breaking one of the 10 commandments because you presume to speak for the Lord and you will not defend that point. Come on the fucking show and defend it. You won't do it. Absolutely won't do it. What do we got here? Rolo, what is the best course of action for me to take with someone I know who is currently being zeroed out? Oh boy. His wife is cheating on him, which has led to the usual escapisms. Yes. Alcohol, gambling, to cope with it. Thanks as always. Okay. So if you've got a friend who is being zeroed out, what does being zeroed out mean? There's a lot of different definitions of it. Okay. You could have lost your job, lost your wife. It's a typical country song. I lost my job. I lost my truck. I lost my dog. I lost my wife. Men become zeroed out many times during their lives. How you sort of pick yourself up and dust yourself off and how do you recreate yourself after that, that is really the true test of the character of a man. I'm hesitant to say that maybe even Fresh is being zeroed out right now. I don't think so, but he's got a good base of support and I'm not really worried about him. But when a guy gets zeroed out, the best thing you can do is realize that he is being zeroed out and explain to him what's going on. When your girlfriend or your wife leaves, most of the first thing guys will do is they turn to alcohol or prescription drugs. There's a biochemical reason for that, because when you look at lust and you look at sexual arousal and you look at love and infatuation and you look at those emotions that really sort of bring a man and a woman together, like sort of so that we'll have baby, essentially they'll reproduce, right? But the chemical signatures of like the cocktail that's sort of swirling around your bloodstream at that time is very chemically similar to like heroin or cocaine. got videos, like TED Talk videos. I forget the lady's name. TED Talk videos where she breaks it down molecular. Like you can actually see the similarities between the two. And essentially what you're doing is you're breaking an addiction. So when you hear songs like you're my greatest addiction, or addicted to love, like what Don Henley, like addicted to love, when you hear those songs, therefore those are honest, man, because that's really kind of what a lot of guys feel. And so when you remove that heroin, or you remove that cocaine, or whatever it is from the organism, the reward center of that organism, and first thing most organisms will do is, when they're used to getting a regular reward like sex, but this is behaviorism 101. Operant conditioning is based on the rat presses the lever and the food pellet comes out. Okay, that's like one to one. Now sometimes it's intermittent reinforcement, which is I hit the lever, nothing comes out, hit the lever a couple more times, one pops out, right? So then what you try to do is hit it 4 times to see if it'll come out on the 4th time. But if it just like sort of variates, then that's what's called intermittent reward, or intermittent reinforcement, positive reinforcement. So when the rat hits the lever and no pellet falls out, and he hits the lever and it's like nothing's coming out, what that rat will do is what's called an extinction burst. And so it'll go like circle in the cage and then press the thing, or it'll go over here and do a backflip, and then it'll come and press it to see if that's like the novel behavior will in some way trigger the reward. And so you have to, most organisms like with higher neocortex, I don't know, will do novel behavior. It's called an extinction burst, meaning like the behavior to reward process is no longer functional anymore. And so that extinction burst means that the man or the woman or the rat or the dog or whatever will now in some cases do some very extreme behavior to reconnect that pleasure that positive reinforcement. And since the chemical signature of lust and physical arousal, and especially when you see your girlfriend, like, like it's like sex is imminent, right? It's a dopamine hit. Like, I think a lot of people don't realize that dopamine is the precursor to endorphins that are the pleasurable endorphins. Dopamine is not itself a pleasure hormone. It's a precursor to that. That's people don't really wrap their heads around. When people say, "Oh, you're addicted to dopamine," no, I'm addicted to the endorphins that come after the dopamine, actually. But it's the anticipation. Like, here it comes. Where is it going to be next? That's why gambling is something that is a go-to. What that guy is doing is novel behavior: drinking, maybe prescription drugs, smoking weed, who knows, escapisms, gambling in this case, which is interesting because gambling also is a novel behavior. But it is the anticipation of a reward or a payoff. So I pull the slot machine. I'm hoping it's going to be the next pull, I'm sure. Right. That's technically, there is gambling addictions. Addiction is using your own biochemistry against you. So you got all those things. In this case, alcohol is usually where most guys go. They get blackout drunk. Well, why do they do that? Because the euphoric feeling of being drunk is maybe not. It's a cheap knockoff of the way the biochemistry that he felt when he was fucking the girl. Now she's gone and the reward is gone. So I'm going to replace that reward with alcohol or with weed or with opiates or whatever it is. So I think the best thing you can do, the best starting point you can do, is to recognize that, tell him that, and instead of, you're going to do it anyways. You're going to crave new experience. You're going to crave something to reestablish the dopamine hit and the endorphin hit. There's ways you can do this that are healthy. Get into the fucking gym. You want to know why guys like fucking gross out and they start doing trend and they just get fucking hulk up in the gym after a breakup? They're motivated as hell, right? But there's also a physical aspect, a biochemical aspect of getting in the squat rack and lifting fucking heavy weights, right? That's it, assuming you're doing it in a responsible fashion, right? That is one alternative. Another way is to listen to loud music. Listen to the music that you really fuck. I love that. I don't care. It doesn't have to be Lamb of God. It could be like, I don't know, Jay-Z or whoever you like, right? Whatever your genre happens to be, whatever like gets you off, whatever you get down to, get that and play it as fucking at at 10, at 11. Turn it up as loud as you fucking can, because there's music actually is a precursor to good feelings, right? So if you're going to replace dopamine, replace it with a good form of dopamine instead of a bad form of dopamine. So that's the best way I can put it. Let's see. FYI, he's a coworker, a family member, so this makes it slightly difficult when I am constantly being told about it. Yeah, well, be with him. Like, I think a lot of guys, when they are in the situation where they have to help a guy get through being zeroed out, it can be taxing on you. So you got to remember that you're in it for the long haul, as long as this guy is too. Okay. Especially if he's a family member. The other aspect of this is that because he's family, you have sort of, maybe you sort of feel like kin altruism, right? You feel like you have to be there for him. You don't want him to off himself. And by the way, when guys go through divorce, they are eight times more likely to commit suicide than they were just normally, I guess. So, or like when they lose a job or they take a real hit, it's not just a hit to their finances, it's a hit to the ego as well. So bear that in mind. I would suggest doing things instead of talking about things, because in the doing like men talk, or women talk, men do. So when you're doing something and you have that communication, it's better if you're taking a walk. It's better if you're going to the gym. Maybe you're lifting together. It's better if you're fishing or you go to the gun. Well, maybe the gun range isn't a good idea, but you know what I mean. If you share a hobby of some sort, then have that communication, doing and performing an activity, rather than let's go to Starbucks and catch up. No, don't do that. And don't go to the fucking bar and like refuse to go to the bar, right? Say, no, that's not a healthy way to fucking, deal with your problems right now, because you want to reestablish that biochemical reaction. Fresh should go away though. Why? He is not doing anything that we talk in the red pill. What do you think we talk in the red pill? You are a married man, and nobody can't say anything about it because you walk the walk. F&F credibility is gone. That's funny, Dandelion, and I'm glad you said that. I will accept that as the compliment it was probably intended as. But let me tell you another thing. I also get people, just this week, I had people saying, what the fuck is wrong with Rollo Tomassi? He's been married for 27 years. He hasn't been in the game in a long time. Fuck that guy. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's a charlatan. They will use exactly that same fucking fact to prove that I'm not worth listening to. That's why I keep saying the joke is like, Rollo Tomassi, he can't be red pill. He's married. Rollo Tomassi can't be married. He's red pill. That's like, I don't win either way. Whether or not Fresh should go away, I don't think he should go away. Not at all. I think he still has a lot to contribute, especially in the situation that he's in right now. If nothing else, your life can serve as a poignant warning to people. Don't do what I did. Okay. Let's see. Everybody wants, the wise philosopher. Words of the wise philosopher, Lord David Lee Roth. Everybody wants some. Want some? Get some. Of the rational male praxeology. Cue the cheeseburger playing in the Van Halen guitar. Yes. From Better Off Dead. Actually, that is from that sequence is actually from Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Stay Gen X proud, Rollo. Oh, definitely. That's why I had to correct you on your movies. Unrelated, but it would be an interesting case study to see the effects of that revived bourbon ban in Arizona on 304s at ASU. Yeah, that's not going to happen. There's too much money involved in that. Trust me. The I know. What is Arizona? Would that be RNDC? I think it's Republic National Distributing Company that's out there. The alcohol distributing companies will not allow that to happen. Trust me. Fresh violated iron rule of number 5. Yes, yes, he did. Yes, always control the birth. Those red pill guys, they don't talk about birth control. Please, motherfucker. Really? All right, I've got a very interesting video to riff on here first, but I want to show you one more thing before we get started. Now, this is it Kaká or Kaká? Please, somebody tell me. I don't know how to pronounce the dude's name, but I'm going to show you what I have in my Twitter feed here. I don't like showing my Twitter feed, but I think I'm going to do it just for shits and giggles today. And oops, share screen. Okay, there we go. Oh boy. So this is what was sent to me. Now, you guys, please, you can stop sending me this fucking story, okay? I'm here. I got it. I'm here for it. Okay. So, and by the way, I want to also give a big shout out to she was in the chat. Her name is Baker. I was reading some of her stuff here before I got in. Because she had some pretty good takes on this. Anyways, let me read this to you real quick here. There it is. Okay. Kaká, is it Kaká? Kaka's wife? God. Ex-wife revealed the reason she divorced him was because he was just too perfect of a husband. Really, you're too good for me. You're going to make somebody else a great husband. How many times have you heard that shit? How many times? It's not you, it's me. Don't worry, you're such a great guy. You're gonna make some girl a really great husband in the future. And it's this guy. Like, how much is this guy worth? Somebody tell me how much Kaká is worth. Somebody look that up. Where is it? Sam Bada. Find out what this dude is worth, please. Oh, this is great. I just got this text from Mike Sartain. He's like, any chance you could come out and here to Dan Bilzerian's place and play paintball right now? Dude, come on. You're killing me. You're absolutely fucking killing me. I would love to, but I do a show every Sunday, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern, live from Las Vegas, The Rational Male. Okay. Kaká. Okay, I'm just going to call you Kaká. Kaká never betrayed me. He treated me well. He gave me a wonderful family, but I was not happy. Something was missing. The problem was he was too perfect for me. And this is their little kids right here. Now, before I get too lost in the sauce here, where did it go? This one? Oh, okay. Kaká was considered a universal. Thank you, Baker. I'm just going to read this. This is the best backing track I could have gotten here. Kaká was considered a university student when entering Milan. Everybody didn't like him on first sight. Okay, and then this is the result of empowering single mothers and chasing happiness. Our mothers and grandmothers knew honor and duty, and these 304s wrecked their homes and kids for what? Okay, well, okay, got that. Thank you. He was a model case for a local evangelical church. You don't say, Mr. Christ Pill. Mr. Christian, what do you have to say for yourself? And the media also. What's the media? Media. He finished school, graduated, played football like a pro. And we're talking soccer, not football. Earned the Balloon d'Or, Balloon of Gold. I guess that would be that. The award for the best player in the world.
It's ballon.
What's it?
It's ballon, like for the actual soccer ball.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Balloon. Yeah. The Balloon d'Or. It's the golden soccer ball. Okay. Is that like the Heisman Trophy? Is that like the Joe? Is that the Vince Lombardi? I want it. Please, I'm an ignorant American. I know nothing about soccer, really. I mean, I know some of the players because everybody insists that I know them, so I do know some, but not. I don't have a team, if that's what you're asking. He displayed the award in the church like the good guy model of success. Still, his wife felt that smoothing was missing. That something was missing. Even in her interviews, she said she couldn't explain it. Oh, I can explain it. Let's see where to go. He also said that he read some book about rekindling the flame, like a 90 days challenge to take the relationship back. The classical evangelical way to try to negotiate both desire and a relationship. Still, the lesson is being the good guy in the end for women is a dead end. He divorced, changed wives, had another wife. Wow. But nothing assumes that the circle doesn't repeat itself. And by the way, after some time, the ex-wife said that it was immature to break up the marriage. Okay. Was she a famous figure before she married? I don't know. You seem to know a lot about the case. Okay, so let's see. No, never the case. She was from the same church, even relating that both were married as virgins. Another guy says, I remember my daughter's mother texting me saying she didn't like me because she didn't need to fix me. Let's just point that we had Romario, Ronaldo, Ronaldinho, and now Neymar, all players with a history of bad boy womanizer types. He was totally the opposite in the personality type, but still won the Champions, World Cup, and the Ballon d'Or. He's a proving case that you can have it all and still not be enough for her. Got it. I'm going to tell you, I'll give you my take here in just a second. Whatever it takes for them, but excuse me, whatever it takes for them. But for those that don't know very much, football, Kaká was one of the best. International awards, fame, and recognition, and still wasn't enough for her. And remember, female nature is universal. American, Brazilian, Philippine, Chinese. The emotional high is a primal necessity. Money, muscles, game, frame, do it for the fat chicks. Kaká at his prime was on the top 15 football players of all time. I still remember in Italy and Spain, it was a pleasure to see him playing. He took the wife at church. Kaká was the man the other men wanted to be and women wanted to be with, and yet he got this treatment. Look forward to this stream. You're welcome. Is this guy the Brazilian Tom Brady? Rip nice guys. Okay, don't know who the people on the thumbnail. Okay, that's Kaká and his, I guess, his now ex-wife there. So now you know. Here we go right back. Okay, so what I wanted to point out here is this sort of is I use this as sort of a dig at the idea of mate switching hypothesis. And you guys have heard me be very critical. Now, this is something that has been floated around in evolutionary psychology circles for a while now. And quite honestly, I think it's a marketing ploy rather than has anything that's really super scientific behind it. Now, a lot of people want to say that, oh, well, dual mating strategy is now the last nail coffin is in it because of mate switching hypothesis. And I wanted to break down a few things here for you, why I firmly believe that mate switching needs to be the idea that is in the last nail of the coffin right now. Because for as much as you want to hear these guys like, respectable, evolutionary psychologists like Dr. David Buss and some of these others, singing the praises of mate switching hypothesis, the problem is it focuses on the wrong thing. If you look at dual mate strategy for women, it's essentially alpha fucks and beta bucks. It's what the red pill has been talking about for, at least in my perspective, has been talking about for ages. So when you look at alpha fucks and beta bucks, what we're really looking at is alpha seed and beta need. And I've been trying to be as diplomatic of that as I possibly can, because people will say, well, I honestly think that the definition of hypergamy needs to be opened up to those two things. So one of the things that I've been around long enough to see how the state of the terminology has changed in the manosphere, in the red pill, in game pickup spaces. There, if you look at my first book, I used in the digital copy, I linked to a sort of an archive or an index of like the analogies and some of the acronyms, like AFC, average frustrated chump, right? SMV, sexual market value. SMP, sexual marketplace. So we use those as sort of short form abbreviations. Well, one of the abbreviations, or one of the terminology, if you go and you look up alpha widow, the only place, the very first instance of alpha widow that you will find will be on the SoSwab forums and then in my book. because I coined that term, alpha widow. The war brides dynamic, also in my book, another term that we've been using for quite some time. There are like spinning plates, those kinds of things. They need explanation because people think that they're just like code words for some secret cult. Like we're like Masonic, we got some secret fucking handshake or some shit like AFC, SMB, it's like, no, that's not what it's about. It's just for convenience sake. And when we started referring to hypergamy and expanding the definition of hypergamy to include alpha fucks with beta bucks, because up until a certain point, the word in the English language of hypergamy only related to dating up, okay? Meaning that, or marrying up, I should say. It was first coined by, I forget the name of the sociologist that coined the term hypergamy. And they were doing studies of the caste system in Indian culture, right? There's the Brahmins, and then there's the outcasts, and like all of the very tiered hierarchical caste system that exists. And the tendency of women wanting or like deliberately strategizing to marry from one caste into a higher caste. That was hypergamy. Women marrying up in India during, I want to say like the 50s or the 60s is when they were doing this study. And that's how you got the term hypergamy. Well, they used it as such for a very long time. It only meant one thing, marrying up. That's it. Marriage being the operative state, the operative goal. It wasn't fucking up. It wasn't making sure you got a very super rich man. It was just getting out of one social caste into the next social caste. It was very much about status for sure. And is money included in that? Yes. Is good looks included in that? Well, hopefully. But it's all predicated on one act, the formalization of monogamy, which is marriage. Marrying from the untouchables into whatever like to the Brahmins. I don't even know the actual formal names of that. But the long and the short of it is the only way that happens is through marriage. And so if we're going to look at the definition of hypergamy prior to, like, say, the manosphere, prior to the 21st century anyways, if you go and you look at the definition of it, it only meant marrying into the next caste. So that's the thing is now we have so many autistic spurgs who want to go back to that definition. They go, no. Rollo preaches this wrong definition of hypergamy. It's only about marrying up. And it's like, well, where have you been since, I don't know, about 2001, 2002, while we were talking about this and expanding that definition to include alpha fucks? So where does that come from? Well, if you go back to Mystery Method, Mystery actually was the first one to sort of define this. Now, other people have redefined it and have sort of, evolved the concept since then. But essentially, women want two things. They want long-term security. They want babies. They want parental. I'd say this. For beta bucks, it's parental investment. It's protection, and it's provisioning. Those are the three sides of the long-term security that women have always classically needed because of division of labor, because of sexual dimorphism, because of the big head babies theory, because women are the incubators of the next generation. They are effectively the vulnerable sex. So they need protection, provisioning, and parental investment from men, and have needed so since we were living in hunter-gatherer tribes in the sub-Saharan African savannas back when we were crawling out of the trees. Okay. So that's what we've needed. And that's the only side of the equation that anybody focuses on. And they go, well, and so when Kaká and his wife says, you're just too perfect, what she's saying is, you meet all of my needs so perfectly. I need you to get pissed off. I need you to be a son of a bitch. Well, I need to be able to fix you. I need you to have those dark triad traits that everybody says are so undesirable in men, but are really actually wink, wink, nod, nod, very, very fucking desirable. Thank you, Tinder swindler, for pointing that one out. What's funny is like you got Ronaldo. You got Kaká, who's very like absolutely Christian to a fault in protection, provisioning, and parental investment. And you know who women want to fuck and take out 9 fucking bank loans for? The Tinder swindler. That's what they'll do. And by the way, those women aren't young and naive, Dr. Jordan Peterson. They're not, they don't know. They know so much better once they get past 30. Fuck off. Those women were well past 30. They wanted the fucking fantasy. They wanted the fairy tale of a diamond merchant who was a Mossad agent, and so much so they were willing to take out multiple bank loans to reinforce their own bullshit. Don't give me this horseshit about like, oh, women grow out of it. No, they don't. If they did, then you wouldn't have Kaka's wife divorcing him because he's too fucking perfect. Okay. Like, at the very least, can we see now that the mate switching hypothesis in all of this is horse shit? And you will see example. I can probably point out, if I went back through my Twitter feed, I could probably point out people sending me stories about like, oh, this woman left this. Like, I can look at example after example that reinforce dual mating and completely destroy any validity of mate switching. But because I don't have a DR in front of my name, because I don't have evolution of desire in my fucking bookcase, then don't listen to those red pill guys. But here is an example. Here's another example. Another great example is this: Steve Harvey. Steve Harvey provided a great life for his I got probably his second wife, I think, right? The one who just got divorced. Like, Rollo Tomasi was this guy who was right, this motherfucker, right? So when I see Steve Harvey's wife cheat on Steve Harvey with the bodyguard, with the fucking chef, she's not cheating on those guys because she's trying to marry up and get into a better socioeconomic class. She's cheating because fucking Steve Harvey is too perfect, because he doesn't have that. He mouths off on talk shows about like how he would kill any motherfucker who tried to take his woman, and say, he wants to be all a badass and he wants to talk shit about the red pill. Well, you're in the real school now, ain't you, motherfucker? Yeah. Your wife cheated on you with the bodyguard and the fucking personal chef. It's like saying, oh, she fucked the pool boy. Well, yeah, the chef and the bodyguard, right? Because she wanted to fuck them. She wanted to have sex with them. Oh, she must be a loose whore. No, she wanted to have sex with the bodyguard. Probably because he didn't give a shit, because he was fucking built, because she wanted to get fucked by a man, not by fucking like a guy who's pretty much a woman anyways. So yeah. Now we have to recognize that there's an alpha fucks component to women's dual mating strategy. It is securing the seed, securing the hot guy in the foam cannon party on spring break because you were drunk, he was cute, and one thing led to another. That doesn't mean you're going to marry that guy. It just means you're going to fuck him because an opportunity presented itself. Why is that something that is endemic to our culture, to our storytelling for as long as it's been told? And this is not like some recent fucking event. This is not some recent observation thanks to the internet. Okay, this has been going on for quite some time. If you go and you look at like romance novels, they all follow the same fucking dual mating strategy conundrum. Who do I marry? The poor pauper who I really like to fuck really bad? Or do I get the guy who's really, my family love him and he's boring as fuck, but he's the Count of Monte Cristo and he's got a fucking castle and he's got this and he's got that. Like, you got to remember whenever Jordan Peterson talks about, oh, it's the Beauty and the Beast thing. Yeah. Belle wants to fuck the beast. She doesn't want to fuck the prince. In fact, she's disappointed when she sees the prince and the fucking beast turns back into the prince. She's like, fucking bring back that hairy motherfucker. I want to fuck him. He's the one who got all up in my, he's the one who tore these wolves apart. He's the one that saved me in the fucking forest. He also happened to imprison my dad, but hey, it's okay. I'm good with that. I forgive. That's just all a big misunderstanding. Maybe he keeps talking, kitchen utensils too. Who knows? But the thing is she falls in love with the beast. She doesn't fall in love with the prince. Fucking Kaká is the prince. Fucking his wife wants the beast. This is not rocket science, man. Read fucking Shakespeare, Romeo and Juliet. Like, the greatest love stories ever told are that same conundrum. Romeo and Juliet killed themselves because they couldn't be together, because it was like this perfect love affair and there's all the shit that's going on. I don't want to marry him. I want to marry you. Why do you think that prearranged marriages are so abhorrent today? Because it takes that romance. It kills romance. There's no chance of anything flourishing, or there's less, people don't think there's less chance of anything happening in a prearranged marriage. Are you kidding? God, my Lord, why would you want to give me away? What am I, chattel? But the if you look at like the stories, if you look at the reason I brought up like Harlequin romance novels, you can go back as far as like Jane Eyre. You can go back to Emily Bronte. Yes, I actually had to read those. You can go to Sense and Sensibility and Pride and Prejudice, and you can go to all of those, which were the forerunners for most of the romance novels that you read today, and all of them are premised on the same thing. It's Titanic. Like Rose could have fucked. She was gonna be married, or was married to the rich dude, to the rich guy who wanted to keep him away from, like, wanted to mate guard Rose, like sensibly wanted to mate guard Rose from fucking Jack. He knew what was up. She wanted the dick. She wanted to be swept off her feet by an alpha male. She wanted the alpha fucks because the beta bucks was already there and established, and she was ready to go. She was going to marry the rich motherfucker, right? She even says, I would rather be his whore than your wife in the fucking movie. That's dual mating strategy. How the fuck do you not fucking see this, you dumb motherfuckers? That's what I'm talking about. It's short-term sexual benefit, genetic benefits versus long-term security benefits. And that's always defined. Popular literature, every romance that you want to know what romance is based on, as far back as courtly love and the high Renaissance, right? It's because of that. It's because that's the fundamental underlying algorithm that runs female nature. That's it. Oh no, it must be that she wanted to. Well, they fall in love with their affair partners. Yes, and so do female teachers when they're fucking their 15-year-old students. They fall in love with them too. I don't think that's good support for you, motherfucker. So I want to point this out too, because I already have. Do I have this loaded up here? This is from my good friend Alex at Date Psych, because he wanted to point out here's what mate switching strategy is really all about. So I wanted to take this moment to sort of give you an idea, because people kept asking me to do something more definitive about mate switching versus dual mating strategy, which I happen to be a proponent of. Now, here we go. I'm going to read the first article here, and I'm going to respond to each one of these because it's going to lead up to this video that I've got here in a moment. Okay, thanks, Alex. Thanks for breaking this down for us, Chin Bun. Substantial evidence in favor of the mate switching hypothesis over dual mating hypothesis in explaining female infidelity. Let's go point by point, shall we, children? Relationship dissatisfaction is one of the most robust predictors of female infidelity, but not male infidelity. Well, you might have a point there, especially in Kaká's case, because she might be, dissatisfied. Why is she dissatisfied? Because the motherfucker's too perfect. Because Beta Bucks is already taken care of. He's got more money than God. He is Christian to a fault. He's apparently one of the top 15 soccer players on planet Earth, and has the Boluno de Oro, right? Something like that, right? Why? Who's she gonna trade up to? Like who's the Tom Brady? Who the fuck is Janelle gonna fucking trade up to? Who's next? The karate instructor? Yeah, probably. You know why she trades up to the karate instructor? Because she doesn't need his money. She just needs the dick. She just needs a fucking strong ass that's thrusting in her and fucking her from here to Tuesday. That's why. I don't know what the problem is with Tom Brady, but apparently that wasn't enough of his money, and she has money too. Once you have settled, here's how I know mate switching hypothesis is horseshit. Because once you've settled provisioning, protection, and parental investment to the point where it's like uncontestable, what's left? Alpha fucks. That's all that's left on the docket. So why would Steve Harvey's wife cheat on him with the bodyguard, who sure as shit ain't got the kind of money that Steve Harvey does, and the personal chef, who also doesn't have the same amount of money that Steve Harvey does? Why? So if that were the case, where does the keyword here, dissatisfaction, come from? Does it come from not laying down the good dick and not getting piped down properly? Or is it because he doesn't meet my needs and he doesn't do it? Like Kaká meets every single need. She says he's too fucking perfect and I'm still going to divorce the kid. Why? I'm going to break up the family because he's too fucking perfect. So point one here, kind of just like, let's move on to the next one. Okay. Next one here. Relationship dissatisfaction. There's that word again. What exactly are we basing the dissatisfaction on is what I would really like to know. The reason why they use dissatisfaction is because it's a container word. You can put whatever the fuck you want to in there. The dissatisfaction doesn't have to be, this is what they'll say. It doesn't have to be money. It doesn't have to be, it could be emotional availability. It could be, it's like, how much more emotionally available did Kaká need to be? Right? They were married virgins. Like, come on. And here's the other thing. It's like the number one, like here you go, Christ pillars. The number one thing that's supposed to keep a marriage together is two virgins that are coming together, and their body count issues, and definitely not on the table. You're too perfect. Sorry, bye. I gotta go find a guy who's gonna lay down the pipe. I need to go find a guy who's not a virgin, who will fuck me not like a virgin. Because if it's not that, I want to know what it is. If it's like, I'm out of ideas here, because when we're talking about like he's too perfect, well, in what respect? In what way if he's too perfect, then how is that dissatisfaction? He's too perfect, and I'm dissatisfied that he's too perfect. Okay, first, that makes no fucking sense. And then second of all, it's like, I mean, that's chick logic right there. You're just too perfect. It's not me, it's you. But even after that, it's like, okay, well, what would make him perfect? If he had more dark triad personality traits, if he was more psychopathic, if he was more narcissistic, if he was more Machiavellianism, instead of like bringing me fucking ice cream in bed every fucking morning, making me Belgian waffles and kissing my ass and waiting on me hand and foot. Yeah. All right. Relationship dissatisfaction predicts female interest in extra pair sexual partners during both fertile and luteal phases of the menstrual cycle. Well, let's listen. Relationship dissatisfaction. The entirety of your premise is based on those words. Relationship. You've mentioned them twice here. Relationship dissatisfaction. Okay. Where to go? Here we go. We have to define what is dissatisfying. Is it the sex? Is it he does like here's the thing that gets me in all of this is for evolutionary psychologists who should be primarily focused on what is biological, genetic factors, evolutionary factors, and everything. And here we are trying to create a hypothesis that is in some way like of the same theme, of the same flavor as traditional evolutionary psychology, but it's the same flavor as social constructionism. Women cheat because of social constructionism. Women cheat because of status. Women cheat because they want to have a better lover. Well, what is better? Oh, well, he needs to make more money. Okay, well, I can dig on that as far as the long-term security is concerned, but like women will cheat because they want to fuck too. Like, where does that factor in? Well, that's dissatisfaction. Well, okay. The dissatisfaction is, how are you going to define that? Well, they're dissatisfied with their lovers. Why? Because he's fat? Because he doesn't fucking lay down the dick like she likes it? Or is it because he's just not emotionally available? He's not all the nice things that women want to talk about. Like, oh, he wasn't meeting my needs. And then on top of everything else, the entire premise is based on meeting a woman's needs instead of the other way around. I'm so fucking sick of that. Oh, well, he didn't meet my needs. What about his fucking needs? What about his? I need 2 blowjobs out of you a week. Can we meet that fucking need? I'm accustomed. Yo, Your Honor, I'm accustomed to her sucking my dick twice a week. Yeah,
at least.
Right. Like what? Every single. I'm going to play this one back and forth here between a couple of psychologists and psychiatrists here in a minute, but you'll notice one primary theme. The primary theme is that men need to do better. Men need to be better men. They have to be let's see, relationship satisfying, right? They have to be relationship worthy. They have to have some sort of value added or some underlying qualities to them that contribute to a relationship satisfaction. Well, where the fuck is a woman in all of this? I love it when we always have like the first knee-jerk reaction that most people have to the red pill. Whenever like myself or anyone else who's sort of involved in the space presents an unflattering truth about women's nature, the knee-jerk response is the women are wonderful phenomenon, right? It is a need to defend the woman. And usually that, and like without even knowing it, like a lot of people don't, it's like it's instinctual for men and women. But like if a woman seems like she's being, if some unflattering truth is being revealed about a woman or about like female nature in general, the first response is, well, what about men? Well, what about them? We're not talking about men. We're talking about women right here. Yeah. But you can't possibly talk about women just isolated and unto themselves without like bringing in men into the fact. Like, no, we fucking can do that. That's called the scientific fucking method. Okay. It's not diluting the fucking source material. It's not diluting the pool of the control group. That's what we're doing here. That's, you talk about the loose science of the praxeology of the red pill. That's why we do that. It's not that we don't say, well, men can be sons of bitches too, and there's some pretty unflattering things about their nature as well, but that's not what we're talking about here. And when we do talk about unflattering truths about men's nature, no one pipes up and says, oh, what about women too? No, they don't say that at all. They go, yeah, you know, men are real pussies these days. Men really need to do better. Fuck these guys, man. Let's go get a drink. They're all incels. I'm glad I'm not an incel. No, nobody goes, well, you know, women are incels too. Nobody says that. Nobody goes, oh, you know what? Well, men they tend to be egotistical. They tend to, you know, be self-centered, but whatever it is. You know, women can be that way too. Get the fuck out of here, misogynist. What are you, one of those red pill guys? That would be the response, if there's any response at all, because most people wouldn't even think to try to balance out the gender equation by saying, oh, women do it too. No, they only do that when it's women they feel like they're being attacked by revealing, just like in the most clinical sense. Here's a fact. Here's a fact about women. It's not very flattering, but here's the fact, right? Maybe we can connect this to something else. Oh, well, what about, men do it too? No, not necessarily. And that's not the conversation we're having here. Number 3, women's motives for infidelity. Finding a better long-term partner makes it easier to break up with their current partner, of course. That's the war brides dynamic. Congratulations, psychologists. You caught up to the red pill at circa 2012, right? Replacing their current partner and finding new partners interested in a relationship. Well, thank you for at least confirming the fact that what I've said in the war brides dynamic, which is that if a woman wants to leave a relationship, she has a much easier time doing so than a guy does, because women presumably have much more sexual options than men do. I think it was Sterling Cooper? Where's Sterling's? I've got a really good Sterling Cooper quote here. Sterling quotes. Oh, this was so good. The average, this is Sterling Cooper. Thank you for this. This is a timely quote. The average woman has the same abundance of sexual options as a male celebrity. Okay. So if that's the case, then yeah, of course, you're probably right about the fact that women have a much easier time moving on from a breakup. Red Pill's been saying that for forever, but the reason for that is because it means that the protection, provisioning, and parental investment side of the dual mating strategy is incomplete. She hasn't secured that. That's not consolidated yet. So maybe have you ever known women who will stay with a fucking loser? Who will we've had several of them on Access Vegas where they'll say, like, was it Jen on the Block or something, says she lived with a homeless guy for like 6 months or 8 months or something like that. That was her boyfriend. Like, her live-in boyfriend was a homeless guy, had no money, couldn't take her to Bed Bath and Beyond or any of this other bullshit, had no fucking 401k or anything like that, but he had a fucking big dick and he knew how to use it. That's all that mattered. But according to mate switching hypothesis, there's no way that could possibly happen. No, it does. It fucking happens, because he's meeting a need, one basic need, a 10-inch dick. That's pretty much all of the requirements are for a woman who has already secured provisioning, protection, and parental investment through either a divorce, maybe doing it herself, her education, being a bad bitch, being, you know, a strong and empowered, powerful woman, right? Through whatever means she has secured all her long-term security needs. The only thing that's left is the homeless guy with the big fucking dick. That's that. Now life is complete. That's all I need is a homeless guy with a big dick. Right? So yeah. A lot of this dual mating, the mate switching hypothesis has been covered by the red pill for years, like decades, in fact. Contexts that drive extra pair infidelity include signs of long-term provisioning failure and spending less time with a current partner. Yeah, if she spends more time with the fucking personal trainer and not you, that's also an option here, okay? It doesn't have to be the CEO of the company that she happened to just get a promotion at. It could be the hot guy in the foam cannon party she met on her girls' night out at fucking Dre's, right? Or at Wet Republic, where they have foam cannon parties now. It could have been that guy. Yeah. Or we've also said this is that the way you, I got to give this to Donovan Sharp, okay? The way you know that a woman is like on the way out is because she starts listening to music that she would never listen to before. So she was all into rap and suddenly she listens to Swedish death metal. She's fucking me. Or suddenly she's a New England Patriots fan and suddenly she starts wearing like 49er or like Vegas Raiders hats and stuff. That she wants. Women who want to be with a guy will find ways to make themselves compatible to that woman or to that guy. And so if she starts doing things that are really out of character, odds are there's something's going on. And you know what? Your instincts and your subconscious, like your peripheral awareness, will pick up on that, but you'll ignore it because you're an idiot. So contexts that drive extra pair of infidelity include, but aren't limited to, signs of long-term provisioning failures. You mean like when we say that the number one precipitator of divorce is a man losing his job? You mean that red pill chestnut? I don't even think these guys even know what mate switching hypothesis is. The problem is that they focus only on the beta buck side. Only the long-term security side. Like that's the only thing that women do. They don't spread their legs for any guy who doesn't make six figures, has a nice car, wouldn't mind, would be Kaká. Right? Kaka's the perfect guy. Why? According to this provisioning, protection, and parental investment, he's got everything in spades. He's got tons of money. He's a good-looking kid. He's too perfect. But yet she divorces him. So there's got to be another factor than just the beta buck side. And you know what? When all you're looking at is if you're going to deny a dual mating strategy, alpha fucks, beta bucks, and you say, well, you know, that alpha fuck side doesn't count. It's only what gets to marriage. It's only what gets to long-term commitment. It only gets to whatever is going to put more babies in her womb. It's whatever is in that woman's interest. It's meeting her needs. If her needs aren't met, then she's going to cheat on you. Yeah, but she's also going to cheat on you if you're not laying down the dick as well. And that's the thing is like, and I've seen Dr. David Buss do this. I've seen Steve Cyril Williams is pretty base. Alex from Date Psych, fucking Chris Williamson, even Mac and Murphy, they ask the wrong fucking questions because everything is rooted in long-term security. Everything is rooted in fulfilling a woman's needs. Everything is primarily premised on how do we get this motherfucker and this woman to get married. And the marriage that then we can talk about happiness in marriage and everything and qualify fucking marriage, right? And the only reason you're trying to qualify happiness in marriage is because you want this motherfucker to be able to make this bitch happy when they get married afterwards. And she's never going to be happy. It's this endless. You want to talk about beta male strategies, beta male sexual strategies. It's this endless chasing of your own fucking tail to make this bitch happy. What was it? It was Eddie Murphy who was like, let's get out there. No, it's Chris Rock. Yeah. Let's get out there. Let's look in the mirror every morning and go, let's get out there and make this bitch happy. And he's like, you could fuck a woman with a diamond dick like Kaká did, and it still wouldn't matter. They will never fucking be happy. There will never be a point where she goes, oh, because they're asking the wrong question. Happiness is a proximate outcome, not an ultimate outcome. It is what you don't be happy. You do happy. You do the things that bring you happiness. You don't go from point A to point B. And in point B, there's pussy at the end of the rainbow. There's fucking happiness at the end of the fucking rainbow. No, happiness is the distance between point A and point B. I can't see. You guys can't see what I'm doing here on the table here. Okay, number 5. Most, 79% of women who have affairs fall in love with their affair partner. And, like, why would that make any fucking difference? They also fall in love. Well, hold on, let me pull this out here. There we go. They also, God damn it, hang on, pull that out. Don't put that up. Yes, okay. You do whatever you're gonna do, gotcha. Kyle. Sorry, I didn't know you were doing that. 79% of women who have affairs fall in love with their affair partner. Does that include the plethora? Actually, I shouldn't say the what was it? 4. The 4 female teachers who were in the news for and I'm going to be as clinical YouTube algorithm. This is a clinical definition. Statutory rapists who happen to be female, who took sexual advantage of their underage students over the course of March, right? We're in April. So it was 4 March. There was 8 in the month of February. I'm keeping track. And people, if you can find me a new incident this is an announcement. If you can find me an incident of a female teacher either being in the news or going to jail or being sentenced, whatever, for essentially statutory rape of her students, I want that story, because what I'm doing is throughout this year, I'm tallying for each month, how many incidences of this have occurred. And no one that I know is covering this. No one that I know of is actually. People ask me when I'm going to do a video about this. As soon as I have enough, maybe 6 months or 8 months worth of these, that's when I'm going to go. I'm going to dig. I'm going to fire away. But just in the month of March, there was 4, at least by my loose Twitter tally of stories on this. How many of those 4 women fell in love with their 15-year-old lover from, I don't know, middle school or high school? They're sophomores in high school. How many of them did that? How many of them said, well, we have a special relationship. We were in love, blah, blah, blah. And how many of them were married when they got where they started having sexual intercourse with a 15-year-old boy that happened to be their student? How many of them did that? And why would they do that? What possible advantage, status-wise, or monetary wise, or provisioning, protection, or parental investment wise, what possible advantage could that kid have? Unless he's like just like South Baron Trump, right? Unless he's somebody like some guy, some child star actor millionaire, unless that's, and which none of them are the case, right? What possible advantage would there be to do that? And here, let me just head you off at the pass. Before, they're damaged. There's something wrong with them. They had daddy issues. Blah, 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 fucking blah. Oh, there's something wrong with it. You can explain away any female behavior by saying, oh, well, they had a rough life. They were victims. They were beaten. Their husbands beat them. Their fathers beat them. Their fathers weren't there. This wasn't there. This perfect life wasn't there. They went to the wrong school. Mommy was a drug addict. She was a whore. Like, just rattle them all fucking off, because it doesn't change anything. You still have a frequency of these cases happening over and over and over. Like I said, February alone was like 8 or 10. March, another 4. I'm already like 2 in for the month of April. I'm sure there's probably going to be more before the end of the month, right? But even if we're averaging 4 of these per month, that's endemic. You want to talk about a rape culture? That's rape culture. The rape culture that is in your public schools, because you can't trust your kids, at least your boys anyways, with their female teachers. Why is that not like, oh my gosh, I don't want to, like, people look at guys in this classroom and they go, oh man, he might be one of those kind of guys, right? Nobody does that with the female teachers, although the incidence is higher. You know why? Because there are fewer male teachers than there are female teachers right now. Statistically speaking, I have people throw this one at me. I put this out on Twitter about a week ago. And I was, again, I'm doing this to instigate, stir the shit pot. But I said the number of there have been more female teachers who raped their students in the month of March than there has been, incel shooters in 10 years. And yet we are doing research and studies on incels, and we're going to make them, they're demons, and they're going to be they're terrorists, or put them on the DHS watch list. We have this research where we're going to go, of course, into just the incels.co forum and poll them. We're like shooting fish in the fucking barrel, but there's only like 4,000 active members, but it doesn't matter. It's like really legitimate, settled science research, right? Okay. Even if I could give that to you, that it's not bullshit, corrupted, like lacking academic rigor, studies and everything. Let's just say it's legit. Why are you not looking at the endemic culture of rape that exists in our schools that is perpetrated by female teachers on young male students? Why? Because that to me seems more endemic than any of this incel bullshit. And the reason, of course, is because it's playing to the culture war narrative right now. It's an election cycle, and as soon as November 6th rolls around, poof, no one will even fucking care about it. Will Costello, you'll have your doctorate. Congratulations. Get your whatever the colored ribbon on your fucking cap is, right? Congratulations. Do some real fucking work, please. But why is that? So I put this out there. I said there have been more female rapists of children, like female teacher rapists of children, in the month of March than there have been like incel mass shooters in the last 10 years, because we're coming up on the 10th anniversary of the Elliot Rodger shooting in Santa Barbara, which will be in May of this year, right? 10 years ago, they're still harping on that. It's like, okay, what else you got? In 10 years, what else do you got? Oh, Alex Manazian. Okay, there's another one. What is it? The other guy, the massage therapy shooter, whatever his name is, George Sedini or something like that guy. Okay, you got 3. There you go. Still, there's some more. Who knows? They're going to apply incel to anybody pretty soon. It's going to be so loosely translatable, it won't make any difference. You got 3 right there. More women in the month of March raped underage boys in school that were supposed to be trusted. Like, where's that research? What forum are you going to go to challenge that? They're not. There's simply no interest in it. So that was the comparison I was trying to make. But then, of course, what does everybody say? Well, why don't you talk about male teachers raping their kids? There's more of that. No, there isn't more of that, actually, because therefore, what was it? If it was it 77% of it, this is the United States. 77% of your teachers, I think this is as far, I'm quoting 2016 data, but 77% of your teachers from preschool through postgraduate school will be female. That means what? 25%, 23% of your teachers will be male. That statistic, just the population density, the pool size alone, will disprove the bullshit about like, oh, men do it too. No, men do it too, sure, but not with the same frequency as women, because there's simply more women to do it in the school system. So what do you have to say about that? No, nobody's getting fucking crickets. But as far as they fall in love with their affair partner. Well, yeah, so do female teachers who fall in love with their fucking statutory rapist children, the children that we trust them to teach. Yeah, they fall in love. Who cares? Well, they fall in love. Okay. Why is that a test? Why is that the goal state? Why is that the dynamic? Why would that be a metric by which we would measure this? Well, they fell in love. They fall in love with, like, I can go right now on Google and go, and just do this with me real quick. Go to Google and type in woman marries, and then just let it autofill at the end and tell me what you said. Do that right now, Kyle. Do that right now. Go to Google and type in woman marries, and then let the space, and then let it autofill. See what comes in. Woman marries ragdoll. Hologram, herself, bridge, dog, homeless man, AI. What else? Yes. Go. That's on your preferences and weirdo. No, but you can go and literally just put in woman marries X, right? Women fall in love with fucking chandeliers, man. Women fall in love with fucking with their dogs, with their with themselves,
There's a woman that married a train station legally.
A woman married a train station legally. Was she in love with it? It's meaningless. This is a meaningless stat. Okay. Number 6, the qualities that women desire in an affair partner are very similar to the qualities they want in long-term relationship partners. Imagine that. Okay. Even if that were true, why are they still fucking why, if that's the case, then why is Mr. Perfect the one that she wants to divorce? If that's the case, why is Steve Harvey's wife fucking the pool boy, fucking the bodyguard or the personal chef? Why would there be a thing like hybristophilia? Why is it that women will be attracted and want to marry and fuck Jeremy Meeks? If you know who Jeremy Meeks is, go look him up. He's the inmate who was like, went from being like this criminal in prison system to being like America's top model or some shit like that, right? Like the guy doesn't have any of those redeeming qualities, right? The qualities they want in a long-term partner. Yeah, except for when you look like Jeremy Meeks. Why? Oh, it's because it's dual mating strategy. No, it is dual mating strategy. That's why. It's not fucking mate switching, because you're not trading up. One more reason, by the way, we need to redefine the word hypergamy, because it's not just marrying up. It's not just looking for long-term. It's not just looking for the bigger and better deal in protection, provisioning, and parental investment. It's looking for the bigger and better deal of the guy who's got the giant cock, the six-pack abs, who happens to be 6 feet tall, who also has a fucking killer smile and looks like $1 million and fucks you from here till Tuesday. That guy, maybe that's the needs that aren't being met. So we can actually force fit dual mating into your fucked up mate switching strategy. Okay. It's nonsense. Absolutely nonsense. Extra pair paternity rates are very low. Most women, this is number 7, most women secure genes and investment from the same long-term romantic partner. Well, that would be all nice and dandy, except for the fact that women, in the United States, 42% of children are born out of wedlock. Okay. So what are we talking about when we talk about extra paternity rates? Because technically, and you've heard me say this a million times, I'm going to reiterate it one more time because apparently boneheads need to get this in their heads. If you meet a woman who has 3 children by 2 different fathers, and you step up, you're not the stepdad, you're the dad who steps up, and you marry her, because marriage is the litmus test for all of this, and you have taken on the parental investment, protection, and provisioning responsibilities of two men and 3 kids, and now because you thought that was the noble Christian good thing to do, here's your Christ pill, right? You thought that was the noble and right thing to do. Have you not just then now signed up for extra pair paternity? It's extra pair paternity. It's just like you knew it was coming. It's like you signed up for extra pair paternity. So should that not be included in the less than 3? Because it would be a lot more than 3%. The only reason it's less than 3% is because it only applies to what is known as like proactive cuckoldry. Okay, it's I slept with so and so, but it's your baby. And let's hope Fresh isn't a victim of this. Okay, yes, give me the jokes now. But the fact of the matter is we have socially normalized what is effectively cuckoldry. I shouldn't say that. What is effectively extra pair paternity? So what would the extra pair paternity rate look like if we counted all the guys who were not the stepdads, but the guys who stepped up? What if we counted the guys who took over the parental investment responsibilities of other men? Could we not? Because effectively it's the same thing, whether she lies about it and says it's your baby, or these are my kids, they come first, and if you want to marry me and fuck me, then you've got to take responsibility for them, because they're fucked up narcissistic dads. Those Machiavellian dark triad dads won't step up to the plate, and I need a man with some fucking benefits, right? Is that going to increase the extra pair paternity rate? Because I think it does. I think that signing up for marrying a single mother with God knows how many children, you're signing up for your own cuckoldry at that. Effectively, that's your own cuckoldry that you are signing up for. And in the nice way of saying it is extra pair paternity. Well, those kids weren't yours, and the extra, you can call it cuckoldry, or you can call it extra pair paternity. at the end of the day, you're fucking paying for the dentist, you're paying for the schools, you're paying for the food, fucking the juice packs, you're paying for the fucking fruit roll-ups, and you're paying for the mac and cheese. You're the responsible party in that, whether she tricked you or whether you signed up for it. That's extra pair paternity. Okay. Most women secure genes and investment from the same long-term romantic partner. I think we can statistically put the lie to that. So if you're going to tell me, well, they were with their romantic long-term partner and they had babies with that guy. Okay, great. But it still doesn't, first of all, marriage rates are at an all-time low. They're at 6.0 per 1,000. They got as low as 5.1. So we can't really use this. This is going to swing back to the whole marriage as the litmus test kind of thing, which is what everybody is really struggling with right now, is what constitutes a fucking marriage in 2024. So if I have 2 baby mamas, is that extra pair paternity? If I marry a woman who has 2 baby daddies, is that extra pair paternity? We need to answer those fucking questions, because your whole mating strategy and your whole bullshit mate shifting hypothesis crumbles when we include those statistics, when we put that in there. And you know why it crumbles? Because the only premise, the only metric of success is marriage and long-term commitment to a woman's life plan, not to a man's life plan, to a woman's life plan. And you know how we get there? Through emotional fucking men who don't want to give up, who just cling tooth and nail to this blue pill bullshit because their entire existence is dependent on that shit being right. That's why. Okay. Jesus Christ. Guys are good. I'm working up an appetite here. Gotta get me some of these cherry tomatoes. What movie? I'd offer you a cherry tomato, but you got a big ass hole in your neck. Culture Club. Thank you, Culture Club. You know what, Culture Club? You're starting to grow on me. The TradCon movement is fake TradCon. Women in particular are undercover feminists. I've already said that a million times. If you have been raised and influenced by Western media and partake in modern Western society, cell phone, Netflix, college, music, etc., you're not a TradCon. De brava. I will tag one last thing. What else did I say? I'll tag one extra thing on there, is that traditional conservatives are just prettier feminists. They don't like it when I say that, but they are. The thing that gets me is like, I constantly get these bitches talking about like, oh, the red pill is just the flip side of the coin of feminism. No, it's not. Actually, traditional conservatism is on the opposite side of that coin. The red pill is in between the two of them, pointing at you going, you're both fucking idiots and you're both fucking wrong. That's really what it comes down to. Because whenever, I mean, shit, I've heard Matt Walsh say this. I've heard, name the traditional, Matt or Andrew Klavan, Ben Shapiro, name the traditional conservative hack. And every single one of them, they want male improvement. They want, oh, men need to get better. The men ain't shit, but we need to, but that's okay. We're going to have this program. We're going to talk to them and tell them they ain't shit and get them, bootstraps and get off your knees and blah, blah, blah. What was it? Who was the chick? Forget the bitch. Cause I did the video of her. What was she saying? Oh, she said, oh, I know it was, we need to let men lead. We need to give men the ability. We need to allow them to lead in the family and allow them to, give them give some of the power back. It's like the very fact, I don't understand when I say this. The very fact that you said allow and let means you have the fucking authority already. And it's implicit in the fucking sentence. How is it's a curb this fucking high. And like, oh, we need to let them lead. You mean because you have the authority and you're just, I'm gonna give you a few measure. Here's let me pour you out a little bit of authority here, bro. It's okay. Go lead. That's all no, you don't lead that way. Oh, leadership implies a fucking hierarchy. There has to be somebody at the top, the bitch here, the kids here, the puppy dogs here, and God knows whatever else is on down the line. It's a hierarchy. Either you're going to accept that hierarchy, implicitly accept that hierarchy, and allow him to lead. You're not allowing him to lead. You're naturally falling into a subordinate, not submissive. You could be submissive depending on whatever your fucking situation is, but definitely a subordinate position in that relationship hierarchy. You know who's not saying this? Fucking Dave Cooley. You know who's not saying this? Marquette. You know who's not saying this? Myron Gaines. Nobody's saying this. It's you are subordinate in that ranking, in that hierarchy of that relationship. If that's not something that is implicit in the way of your thinking, you are the one that's at the top of that relationship. I'm going to give you a little. It's like, okay, I'm at the top. He's at the bottom, but I need him to lead when I want him to. So I'm going to give him a little bit, and then nope. I'm going to reel that shit back in because I have the pussy. I make the rules. That's what it's going to boil down to, and that's really the tradcon position. The very fact that any tradcon female would say, "I'm going to let you lead." Get the fuck out of here. It's the very thought, like the fact that those words would come out of your mouth, like it would seem natural for those words to come out of your mouth. That's the problem. Rational Male, great book. Fresh, no read, one page. Fresh, no read, one page. Oh, wait, it's Fresh Lingling. Oh, Fresh Lingling. Oh, dude, I need a sound drop from was it Steel Panther? Asian hooker. Dun, 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 dun. Fresh no read one page. He more easy trap than blue pill guy. Fresh like fish that jump in boat. Confucius say, never jump in ratchet escort boat. Brilliant. Please, Fresh Lingling, please come back again. That was too good. I'll give you your own sound drop when I figure out how to get them. Fresh Lingling, fuck. Check the painter. A woman who really wants you for the night will forgive you for your lack of social game if you can make up with in-bed game and post-bed game. Yes. See, and thank you for that, because mate switching hypothesis like crumbles like a fucking house of cards when you see Jen on the block fucking the homeless guy because he lays down the good fucking dick. Or you see the guy or the woman who cheats with the thing that I think the primary thing, the biggest problem I have, first of all, is like relationship dissatisfaction. If it's based, like, whose dissatisfaction? The man being dissatisfied or the woman being dissatisfied? Because the implicit presumption is that it's the woman that's doing the cheating and she's the one because she's the primary. There's two people in a relationship. If it's a mate switching hypothesis, then why are men not mate switching up to a hotter piece of ass? Because a lot of times they don't. They might cheat with a chick who's like sucks a better dick than their wives, right? Oh, that's easy because men just want to fuck. Yeah, well, that's true because we have different priorities. We're not looking for a chick who's like makes more money than us. If anything, we're looking for one that doesn't make money. We're looking for a cheating partner that keeps her mouth shut. That's what we're looking for. But yeah, I mean, there's different mating priorities. But when you use like generic terms like relationship dissatisfaction, his dissatisfaction? And that's why you cheated on him, because he was dissatisfied with you, because that could be implied in that. You've got to be way more specific than that. And the other part is that it all depends on fucking social status. It all depends on long-term security. Who's going to provide me the best long-term security? And that's the main problem with most, I would say 90% of the evolutionary psychologists, the clinical, with the exception of maybe like Orion Taraban, who I actually do like, but like he gets it, right? But most evolutionary psychologists approach their practice, approach their intersexual dynamics understanding from the position that the woman is at the top of that fucking hierarchy. Is at the top of, well, she's got the power, she's got the pussy, so we have to meet mama's needs. And if mama ain't happy, ain't nobody happy. And if mama ain't happy, fucking, if I'm a Christ pillar, God ain't happy with me either. That's what I mean when I say that, like, traditional conservatives are worse feminists than even feminists.
Happy wife,
because they mix God into the mix too. So if you've got, happy wife, happy life. Happy wife, happy life is not some folksy bullshit they tell you on your wedding day. It's an ultimatum. You better make this bitch happy, or mate switching hypothesis says she's going to leave your fucking sorry ass. He better make some money, because if he doesn't, or if he doesn't meet my needs, if mama ain't happy all the time, which is impossible, if he doesn't give me long-term contentment, which is really what there should be said, then I reserve the right, and I reserve the and by state and by even by God, to leave this fucking relationship, and no one will hold me to blame for any of it. The only way you hold a woman to blame for her own divorce is through she's a criminal, and she beats the kids, and she's a drug addict. Those are really the three things. I mean, anything else, and even those can be forget. Well, I had to take drugs because this son of a bitch just kept me like, oh, he won't meet my needs, so I'm just gonna fucking, I just turned to drugs. Yeah. Perfect equals too much beta security. It does. Not enough alpha bad boy. She wants more alpha to better optimize hypergamy. Yes. The rational trucker. Social media is the modern Colosseum. Masses will always want blood. Yes, they do. Thanks for putting me on to Huberman. Learning a lot. Good. The Coolidge effect should be renamed the Huberman effect. How soon till the revised RTM is for sale? I'm hoping by mid-May at this point. I had a life kind of happened to me. I was on a track to have the hardback done by the end of December, but then Ned got in a fight with the Rottweiler. I'm really trying to stay calm if this is true. Geez, I'm really trying hard not to be sexist, bros. I don't want to be this way. Okay, well, it's all right, man. You do you. Fish oil jacuzzi. God damn. You fucking fuck. Every relationship and marriage I've analyzed with red pill lens has been consistent with the knowledge you have given us. Thank you. Thank you for the literal answers to my life. Many men will never know this stuff. Well, hallelujah. I'm glad you could benefit from it. I mean that sincerely. I'm glad you could benefit from it. Just picked up your book on religion this past week. Really been really enjoying it during my walks at work. Oh, cool. And you too can get it at Amazon.com. Available on Amazon and Audible. What else we got here? Rolo, disciple, but failed a Tinder date. 2 dates in, 29 female, said still moving from ex, accused me of moving too fast and dumped me. Alpha widow is real. Yeah. Well, any chick that accuses you of moving too fast, like, just eject. Seriously, you're wasting your time at that point. When women say, "Oh, you're moving too fast," that's a rejection. Just go with it. It is, because and women will say, "Well, you would just want an easy girl. You want her to be a slut." Blah blah blah. No, I don't want her to be a slut, but I do want to say this: is that a woman who escalates to sexuality should be a compliment to a man, not be some sort of worrisome bullshit. And I'm quoting Sterling Cooper here, okay? And Sterling once told me, and I think we were on Fresh and Fit at one point, and we were talking about body count, and Sterling, like, I think we were talking about the Iron Rule of Tomasi number 3, right? Which is the most contentious rule, and everybody, there are like 8 other rules than the third Iron Rule, but nobody wants to talk about that. They just want to talk about Iron Rule number 3, right? Nobody has a problem with like never rooting through garbage once you take the garbage can to the curb. Nobody has a problem with that. Or shacking up. Don't move in with the chick. They don't have a problem with that. Hell, they didn't even know about the birth control one. They didn't even know about Iron Rule Tomasi number 5 until after Fresh fucked up. No, now Roloff, I think he wrote something about this. So let's go back in the archives. But no, when we're talking about the third Iron Rule, which is anytime a woman makes you wait for sex, the sex is never worth the wait. That rule is not a step-by-step thing. That is not a prescription. It is an observation. It is not about the sex. It's not about fuck anything on 2 legs. It is not about casual wanton, do whatever you want to, like hedonistic sex. That's not what it's about. It's about determining interest levels. You don't even have to have sex with them, right? If she's implicitly saying, well, we're not going to have sex until the 3rd date, we're not going to, if that's even comes out of her mouth, eject. Just leave. Because her genuine desire for you is mitigated. And like I said, I'm going to quote Sterling Cooper here. Sterling once told me, and I think this, like I said, it was on Fresh and Fit, is that he sees that when a woman escalates to sexuality like quickly, it's a compliment, because to him it means that she can she's intelligent enough to recognize that he is a high value guy, and that he is someone for whom she feels a desire to break the rules to get to sex with this guy, so that she can possibly lock him down in something that is longer term. So actually going from it doesn't have to be a same night lay, but it could be within a couple of dates, and it escalates and it moves to sexuality. He says that is a compliment. It's not just, oh, well, she's an easy girl, I don't want a slut. Guys who don't fuck, they think that a girl like that is an easy slut ratchet bitch. She must do this with anybody. No, the fact that she's actually fucking you and breaking her rules is the fact that she doesn't do this with anybody, but she sees that you're high value enough and hot enough that she really wants to have that sexual experience with you as soon as possible, or as soon as feasible, right? And so you can look at it in terms of like, oh, well, only loose women have sex with you on the first date. Well, it doesn't have to be the first date. It could be like the second. It could be the third. It doesn't have to be a same night lay. But the fact is, if a woman by her actions or implicitly says, I'm making you wait for sex, the sex will not be worth the wait, because it's inhibited and mitigated by other factors. There might be another dude she's trying to get with. It might be that she's very super self-conscious. It might be that she looks at you and she says, is this the kind of guy that I would want to fuck? I told Mike this, and I've heard him Mike Sartain has repeated this. I said, there's the old adage that a woman knows within the first 5 minutes of meeting you if she will have sex with you. That's wrong. It should be a woman knows in the first 5 minutes of meeting you if she won't have sex with you. So if she meets you and she's like, I might have sex with him, then that's when the process comes in. But that sort of uncertainty, that's the mitigating factor. Iron Rule of Tomasi number 3 is about the mitigating factor. It's not about the sex, which of course is what every woman freaks out on. Hey, you just want easy women? No. I want women who want to have sex with me, who have genuine desire to fuck me so badly that they will break rules for me. They break rules for alphas and make rules for betas. One of the primary rules they make for betas is, I'm going to make this motherfucker qualify for this this golden vagina right here. I'm going to do it right this time. You want to know why women get to their epiphany phase and they go, I'm going to get right with God, and the next guy who comes into my life, I'm going to make him do the things that the other guys wouldn't do, and I'm going to do it the right way this time, and wait 4 dates instead of no dates, instead of the phone cannon party. I'm going to do it right this time. Well, that right this time is a mitigating factor. If a woman wants to fuck you, she'll find a way to fuck you. She will break rules because you're alpha. Let's see. It's Kaká. Live. Oh, like Lady Gaga. Kaká. Okay, I think I'm saying it right now. Marquette and Kaká. King, you said that you should answer my super chat after. Did you forget? I'm sorry. Fuck. Can you grab that for me again, Sam? Yeah, somebody grab that for me. I will. I think I kind of did. Oh no. Hold on. I know what it was. I'm going to when I get to the video. Hang on. Okay. I remember. I'm a Christian, but I don't want to be a beta bucks like Kaká. Should I just get a forearm tattoo sleeve or something? That'd be a step in the right direction. I'm in the process of getting jacked, but I genuinely want to wait till marriage. Okay, well, that's fine. But if you're going to wait till marriage, I'm not going to say I don't respect that. I do. But remember, you're fighting at a disadvantage. You are playing the game on hard mode at that point. I don't want to be Kaká, but I don't want to fuck chicks until after I'm married. Okay, well, good, bravo. But just know that you're approach your relationship prospects from the perspective that you're fighting at a disadvantage. But put it this way, Christian, most of the 90% of the women that you meet will not be virgins. That's just a statistic. I just work here, man. Hey, Rolo, have you ever worked out with Drew Bay? No, I haven't, but I would like to. You mean other than playing Dungeons and Dragons with him? I would like to. I was kind of hoping to get him out to Vegas. I kind of wanted to do a bodybuilding show with him, Hide Yamagishi, probably Red Pill Thor. I'm trying to think who else I had on. George from American Wellness, and I forget the other dude. But I know a lot of like real bodybuilders now that I work out at Powerhouse. So I would love to add him to that show. I've been trying to do that. When I was talking about like I think in Vegas, we kind of have to like cover all our bases, money, muscles, and game. And I think the muscles part is like getting guys in here to talk about like workout routines and what they're doing. And I want to hear it like right from the horse's mouth. I don't want it from guys who are like selling me Huel or fucking, I don't know, whatever protein supplements they're trying to hawk. I want to hear from like real guys who are actual bodybuilders. And Drew is one of those. He's also a very good friend. Hey Rolo, have you ever worked out? No, okay, I have not. Oops, there we go. When a former hot mom's all right, walks into the grocery store with her kid and husband, starts ogling at you, is when you get a reality check on hypergamy. Okay. It's when the hot mom is there's no husband. It's just the hot mom and her children. And she sees you and she pushes the kid out of the way. That's when you know that's your success, bro. Nowadays, women are looking for the ultimate kick even more than men. I have a quote for you. The social shame that used to control them in the past is not relevant anymore because they're independent anyhow. Yeah. And thank you for that $100 super chat, IRS. Ooh. This is why men need to improve themselves. Letting women lead is like letting a baby play with a miter saw. Nothing good is going to come from it. I agree. You get bonus points for using the term miter saw. Just want to say thank you, Rolo. I just finished The Rational Male. Damn, I wish I had known this stuff 25 years ago. 45 now, passing the book on to my 17-year-old son. Keep doing what you're doing, man. I will do so. This is worth more to me than gold. passing down the knowledge to the next generation. Okay, got to you. And thoughts on Brett Cooper dropping a hit piece on FNF today? I already talked about that earlier today, and the whole red pill community. I thought it was fun. Now, here's the thing: when she said he should have gotten a vasectomy, where she got that from? I wonder. Yeah. What's funny is now even the people, even the fucking, because remember who came at me? This is a year ago. Remember who came at me after that? It was literally the first time I ever got any kind of response from Ben Shapiro, Brett, of course, Lauren Chen, who has no business being alive, and Matt Walsh. Who else was in that lineup? Well, certainly Brett Cooper was in that too. She knew what she was doing. Either she did or her fucking writers did. So yeah. Oh, he should have got a vasectomy. Yeah. Even the people who hated me during that time, now suddenly that's like, it's more than a man could take. Fucking Brett Cooper. The thing that gets me about those guys is like they know, like, oh, my favorite part. By the way, my favorite part of the Brett Cooper thing was when it was in the beginning. She goes, "It's this Fresh and Fit podcast I've heard about a few." I was like, "Bitch, you have used their fucking clips like over and over and over again on your show. You know who they are." Cut the shit, Brett. You know who Fresh and Fit are. Oh, I think they were a forerunner to that whatever podcast, but nobody watches Fresh and Fit anymore. It's all about whatever podcast. And so I'm like, really? Really, Brett? Exactly. I love how they soft sell it. Well, I don't want to get too much of this manosphere stink on me. So I think I've heard of these black fellers on Fresh and Fit podcast. I don't know where they came from. I watch a good wholesome show like whatever. It's like whatever podcast is like the good white version of Fresh and Fit. It's the whole, because it's in Santa Barbara of all places. It's their safe space. Brett, you know who fucking Fresh and Fit are because you also know who Candace Owens is. And if you do, then she was just on the fucking show. Like, who do you think? Who are we bullshitting, Brett? Who are we bullshitting? Because it ain't me. Rolo, do you know John Gottman, the actor? He predicts divorce at 93% and puts blame on men because women's happiness, not men's, is an accurate predictor of divorce. Right. Well, we could get out there and make this bitch happy. French translation for the TRMs. Just fuck, dude. Can I get past Spanish first? I don't know. I don't really have anything set up right now, but if you would like to translate it into French, into one of the Romance languages, I would be very appreciative of it. Thank you very much. Nuclear Cordil, same thing happened to me, or happened to Tom Brady. The thing I like about the French language is it's so fun to swear. It just rolls off the tongue. Same thing happened to Tom Brady. A lot of men think marriage insulates them from female nature. When you're married, you have to become the game. Absolutely. Thank you, young Padawan. You may go now. You're not a master yet, but I do not confer the title of master on you. And Trader SZ, thank you very much. Who has it's been a wild fucking ride, hasn't it? Trader SZ is next to Miguel. Trader SZ is probably my next. He's on par with Miguel as far as my crypto and investments, and we have had a fun. You want to talk about roller coasters? Oh boy, altcoins are fucking great, man. People don't think I know I got crypto. I got crypto.
Rolo Degens, that's what he does.
Yes, I gave you I gave you guys so much shit on Miguel's show.
He just like shitcoin season.
Dude, it's Mr. Codes. I know. I sent in that quote. I chatted in that quote from Lord of the Rings from the age of stable coins is over. The age of the altcoin has come. Oh, that was funny. God, yeah, until Iran starts lobbing like unmanned drones over at Israel, and then everybody's just like, oh, everybody's like, yeah, we're to the moon. Whoa,
well, shit.
It'll come back up. It's fun as hell though. I think I've been in, when I first got into crypto, it was in 2017 because John MLD actually got me into crypto, and that was I think it was 4 months before the crash of 2017. I'm like, what the fuck did I just get myself into? But I held it, I kept it, and of course it came back up, and I'm glad that I did. But that was my first introduction to the wild ride that is
Diamond Hand Rolo.
And I got addicted after a while because I was like, damn, now it's up to. I remember when it took a shit, and then it came back in 2018, 2019, and it got up to 19,000. Bitcoin got to 19,000. I'm like, fuck, it's never gonna get higher than 20. Oh, my Padawan learner. Holy shit, that was funny. Oh god. Crypto is okay. In before crypto is fiat currency. It's not based on it. Yeah, that's what makes it fun. Fucking have what is it? Zoomers are not. They're too risk averse. Well, yeah, there we are. I got one more video here that I have to. This is and to get to the other gentleman's question. We're going to do that right now, but I was holding this off because it's too perfect for this video that I've got. I don't want to do that one. This is the one. Is this it? I'm going to cue this.
Pornography activate the brain, and it turns out that it's everywhere. Just about every lobe of the brain is associated with sexual arousal, and in some way, you can get visual cortex stimulation, auditory cortex stimulation, imagination, emotional engagement. So every part of the brain, dopamine, is involved in pornography. And then the other thing that pornography is really good at is really shutting off our negative emotional circuitry. Sex is really important, and so our brain is willing to push everything else away in order to have sex and procreate. So it's incredibly effective at really suppressing our negative emotional circuitry. And what we tend to see in any addictive behavior is that it gives pleasure and it takes away pain. A lot of people who watch pornography don't necessarily masturbate with it. So I've had people that I've worked with that will just be watching it while they're doing work on a second screen because it somehow sends those signals to the brain to suppress our negative emotional circuitry. So it's a really weird kind of beast.
Welcome back to the Rena Malik MD podcast. I'm your host, Dr. Rena Malik, urologist and pelvic surgeon. Today, our guest is Dr. Alok Kanoja. He's a Harvard-trained psychiatrist with a tremendous social media platform that reaches millions of people with online educational content. His expertise is in mental health and technology, and he's co-founded the Healthy Gamer platform that coaches thousands of people on healthy gaming. Today, we talked about screen addiction as well as porn addiction. What is porn addiction? Who gets affected by it? And how you can do.
Okay. Let me get this back up here. There we go. Okay. Now you know who the players are. Okay. So you've got, what's her name again? There we go. Oh, Malik, Rena Malik, MD, Dr. Rena Malik. And then we got, Dr. K here. I'm not going to even try to pronounce his last name. This guy is they bill him as an evolutionary psychiatrist. I've seen some of his stuff. Oh, okay, here it is. Dr. Alok Kanoja. That's why they call him Dr. K. I guess it's easier to say that. So I've seen this guy make the rounds. I know he's been on Chris Williamson's show. I've seen him talking around. Now, I'm not going to show you the whole damn thing. There's only one real salient part in here that I want to get to because there's a lot to sort of deconstruct, and I wanted to riff on this just a little bit. So let's put this back up here. And let me scrub through. It's right around the 40 mark. Or 42, 43. So I'll just do it at the 40 mark. Here we go. This was the part that I wanted to dig into. Now I'm going to stop and start. I'm going to riff on this just a little bit because it's pertinent to the Kaká thing, and also the pretty much the base premises of social matching theory, or social matching. What you call it? Mate switching hypothesis.
Mm-hmm. So generally speaking, if you can help someone have a reason not to watch pornography and jerk off in the middle of the day, then that will help them a lot. Mm-hmm. So what happens is, this is my population, but these are people who are oftentimes young men in their 20s, and they're like falling behind in some way. And
hold up, it's actually 43. Hang on, let me push this up. I'm a little bit early. Okay, I think is it 43? I think it's 4306. It's so fucking hard to do this. Okay, there we go. That'll work.
Access pornography, and then they're like, they're still not connecting with other people. They're using pornography because they still feel bad. Of course, we talked about the cycle a little bit, but is it sort of like, are these things contributing to that?
When you say these things, what do you mean?
Like, meaning, are we seeing people get porn addiction because they're either having stress in their life? So say they're not coupled with somebody, say they are trying to meet people, but they're having difficulty because I think the dating world has changed, right?
Okay, I'm going to stop this real quick here. Notice the language here. They're not coupled with anybody. The goal state is to be coupled, is to be in a one-on-one monogamous relationship. It's not about like, oh, they need to be dating a lot. They need to be spinning plates. They need to be like the goal state. The presumptive goal state is they need to be should be coupling. So keep that in mind, because that's going to play in for the rest of this. The point I'm making here is with that coupling thing is exactly the same fucking premise where they ask the wrong questions when it comes to mate switching hypothesis.
Dating apps and how people communicate and meet each other. It's very different from when you and I were younger. And so I think that is a very different sort of place to navigate. Like, women are looking for a certain kind of man, and if you don't fill that category, you are immediately filtered out, right? So women are dating the top 5-10% of men, are trying to aim for them, and then there's a lot of men who are not having success in meeting women.
Yeah, so it sounds like you have.
All right, so there's some jump cuts in there, so I just wanted to point that out just so you can see. The other thing is, like, he's going to try to dispel the top 10% mythology. Like, this is the same kind of guy who's going to get like the 80-20 rule wrong again. But I think what's interesting is that she's talking about how like men must qualify as a top 5%, top 10% man, like a high value man in the top 10th percentile. I hope I'm saying that right. People gave me shit about that last time. In the top 10%, top 4.5% really is what it ought to be, according to Dr. David Buss, and according to like most of these guys. 4.5% of men are only worth responding to on, this is on dating apps. Okay, so I'm gonna clarify some things about that as well. But the idea is still premised on one thing. They should be coupling. They should be one-on-one. It should be one boy, one girl, and that's it. It's never about multiple, like dating like a fucking adult, right? Like I love how people want to say, well, you've got to pick the right girl. You've got to vet for the right girl. You just made the wrong choice. How are you supposed to do that if you're wanted one at a fucking time? Most guys don't vet women whatsoever. Most guys can't afford to take the time they would need. They don't have the sexual opportunity to vet women because they just don't have any other woman to compare the one that they might be considering, the one that they're vetting. They don't have other sexual opportunities to say, you know what, Becky's really good, but Jen's really hot too, and Susan over here, she's okay too, and you know, Karen over here, I was thinking about fucking her too, but I'm vetting all of them, I think Becky's the one. That never fucking happens because we discourage anything that it would even look like would look like The Bachelor, right? Would look like one of these fucking fantasies, right? Most men do not. They live in a state of sexual scarcity. So to expect them to pick better or to choose better or to be better, they are fucking breeders of opportunity. You have to be, because you don't know when your next meal is coming, sexually speaking. You don't know when the next opportunity for you to fuck is going to come along, because most guys don't fuck. Most guys aren't attractive to be guys who fuck. Simple as that.
A theory that's at play, and I think that's completely reasonable. So let's just play around with that a little bit. So the first thing is that, you know, this idea that women are dating the top 5 to 10% of men. I assume you're talking about like Tinder statistics.
Yeah, like those. I mean, because that's where you can filter by height and by
yeah. So I think that there's a couple of interesting, like, once you really look at the data, which I don't know if you have, but I'm sure, you know, anyone who's trained in statistics. So when they say they're dating the top 10% of men, there's this idea that one dude is dating like 9 women, whereas that's
okay. No. So I'm gonna just cut him off here because I know it's coming up. You probably know what's coming up next. Okay. No, Dr. Alok. It's not about who's dating. It's about who they want to date. It's about who they would consider dating, who they would consider fucking. And we really need to put it in those terms. I know it's vulgar, but you need to put it out. Who are they fucking? Who are they having sex with? Not who are they going to get married to? Not who are they coupling with? Not who are they going to be in a long-term relationship? Who do they want to fuck? The top 10% of guys. And I would even go so far as to say the top 4.5% of guys. They want to fuck Justin Waller. They want to fuck Jack Reacher. They want to fuck Jason Momoa. You know who they don't want to fuck? They don't want to fuck a guy like Kaká. They don't want to fuck that guy. He's too perfect. He's not. What gets me is, like, if you go and, like, remember what I was saying about how Myron and Andrew Wilson were talking about, like, what is a high value guy. Remember that part where Myron said you don't necessarily have to be fucking a lot of women to be a high value guy. Case in point, Kaká. He's a high value guy. He's arguably one of the highest value motherfuckers there is. Women don't want to fuck him. He's too perfect. They don't, because he has no alpha fucks side. He has no machismo. He has no fucking lust value. He's hot. They want to get with him. He's cute. I wouldn't necessarily say the dude's hot and no homo, but the guy is, he's good looking. Don't get me wrong, but he's not as good looking as like Ronaldo. He's not as good looking as like Jason Momoa or any of these, like, you name an actor, right? He doesn't inspire like visceral, uncontrollable lust, but the dude is high value, very much so. You can make the same case for Jeff Bezos or like, trying to think, you name a rich, fat, ugly guy. They don't inspire visceral lust, but they definitely are high value. They're men that other men want to be, at least in some respect. But here's the problem that he's going to run into is the fact that there's a difference between, the top 10, let's just give him the 10%. The top 10% of guys, those 10% of guys are dating 100% of the women or 80% of the women, which is the absolute bonehead, wrong, deliberately misconstrued, conflated bullshit about the 80-20. This is why the red pill's wrong. The 80-20 rule. No, they want to fuck that guy. That doesn't mean there are. They would like to. Hell, 100% of women would like to fuck the top 4.5% of men. They would like to do that. They have desire and arousal and a want to get with those guys. Are they? No, of course not. The average woman today is 168 pounds, 5'9", and looks like a fucking beach ball. Does she want to fuck Jason? Does she want to fuck Jason Momoa? Yes, she absolutely wants to fuck Jason Momoa. Is she fucking that guy? No, she's not. And the problem is that it's about the market perception of the market, of the sexual marketplace, because we're going to talk about it in economic terms here. It doesn't matter. Top 10%, they want to fuck the top 10%. Are they? No, of course they're not. But that top 10% guy has his pick of who he wants to fuck. Absolutely. But they're not all banging that one guy. He's not dating all those top girls, right? Because there's only one of them to go around. I mean, statistically, just the law of averages, that they couldn't possibly happen. But the fact of the matter is it's not about what is actually happening. It's what's potentially could be happening, which I could potentially get this guy, even though they can't.
That's not usually what happens.
Right.
So if you look at something like Tinder, it's like a 7 to 9 men to 1 woman like ratio. So when they say they're dating, it's still oftentimes one dude is dating one guy, or maybe people are kind of at the top, but like there's such a lopsided gender ratio that it's still like closer to 1 to 1 in some ways. It depends on the studies that you look at and stuff like that. So I think that this creates this idea that a lot of men have that like, oh my God, there's like these chads at the top that are like banging lots of girls.
Yeah.
I don't think the reality is quite like that when you.
No, but they are banging the girls that they would want to fuck. They are they're licking the ice cream. They're taking the top shelf. They're taking the ones that they want to be fucking. And here's the thing is, notice the language. Notice how we've twisted this. The chads are fucking the women. No. The fucking women are fucking the chad because he is the scarce resource. It's not the guy going, yeah, look at all that. I'm going to go fuck this chick tonight. And no. The only reason they can do that is because women slide into their DMs and initiate with those guys. Notice the context of the presumptions here. The presumption is it's this fiendish, manipulative, dark triad chad that is fucking all these women. No, that's simply not happening, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter if it's happening or not. Women want to fuck that guy. That's all that matters. It's not the actual sex that's happening. It's the potential. It's the hope for. It's the want. It's the perception that it could happen. That's what it's about, because that influences all the chicks who are like 8s and 9s. That influences all the girls who are 7s, 6s, 5s, 4s, 3s, 2s, and 0s. Okay. All of them think that women online believe that they're at least 2, maybe 3 steps ahead above what their actual sexual market value is. So with that in mind, you've got higher end women, and those men are getting with the higher end women as well. But those women are convincing lesser women that they could potentially be getting with these guys. That's what dissuades women from getting with a guy from a 7 getting with another 7. Or if she gets with a 7, that guy has to have value added. That's where he's got to have a good job. He's got to love his mother. He's got to want puppy dogs. He's got to want kids. He's got to like Disneyland and rainbows. Okay. He has to have all of this value added, features and qualities, so it can make up for the fact that he's not the top 10% guy that she really, really wants to fuck. How do I know that? Because your grandmother went to go see Aquaman. Your grandma and your ugly kid sister and your, the fat average housefrau in America all wanted to go see fucking Aquaman. Not because they're fans of the DC comic character. They went because they wanted to see that. The reason why they get off on Twilight, the reason they get off on 50 Shades of Grey, the reason they get off on the fucking Tinder swindler. It's not not because the guy is perfect, but because the guy looks like he's the dude who fucks. That guy, that top 4.5% guy, is a guy who fucks. Women want to be with a man who other men want to be and other women want to fuck. That guy is a guy who fucks. The 10%ers are guys who fuck. And who wants to fuck them? All the women want to. The 100% of the women want to get with the 4.5% of those guys.
Really look at the statistics. So that's one piece. But I think another thing to really consider that I think you kind of hit the nail on the head is that it is harder for men and women to find a good match.
Yeah.
There are many reasons for that. I think one reason is that, so if we look at like what women...
Of people on healthy gaming. Today, we...
My bad. Notice the segue there. To find a good match. Why is a good match the operative? Why is it not like, that's a good match, that's a good match, that's a good match, and that's a good match? And now I can vet between all of these, because if I don't, it's the most important decision of my life.
Like, there's such a lopsided gender ratio that it's still like closer to 1-to-1 in some ways. It depends on the studies that you look at and stuff like that. So I think that this creates this idea that a lot of men have that like, oh my God, there's like these chads at the top that are like banging lots of girls.
Yeah.
I don't think the reality. Another good example of this is most women, I want to say like statistics are historically somewhere around 70 to 80% of women will want to date a man who makes more money than they do. But 60% of college graduates are now women.
Yeah.
So what we're starting to see is as equality of income increases, that expectation becomes harder and harder to fill. So whatever the reason is, and there.
Okay, so let's halt right there. Now, what have I talked? Now we're going to get back to the point of the super chat and everything else here. What have I told you guys about when it comes to like men being superfluous? Right? What did I tell Dr. Phil? Sorry, I had to use Dr. Phil's name again. What did I talk about when I said that? I said men are superfluous, and it was like I was speaking Swahili. They simply could not understand what I was fucking saying. I had to even tell them the definition of fucking of superfluous. This is why men are superfluous. We can't find a good match. Why? Because you're superfluous. Because provisioning, protection, and parental investment, all those fucking important things that mate switching hypothesis depends on, is already made. It's already covered. That's why that's why we can't find a good match. That's why, because women earn they weren't, depending on the degree, in some cases, they earn anywhere between 65 and 70% of higher of doctorates and master's degrees, actually. But that being what it is, needless to say, women do so because they need that long-term security. They believe in the empowerment narrative. And the reason they do is because they can't trust men. So if I can't trust men for my long-term security, I got to do it myself. If you can't get someone else to do it right, you got to do it yourself. Let's go get a doctorate. Let's go get a master's degree. Let's go do whatever. And whether they're useful or whether they're not is immaterial at this point. The reason they do that is for long-term security. What is that? Provisioning, protection, and parental investment. All of those qualities that the mate switching hypothesis says is the reason that woman cheats. Says is the reason that she's going to fall in love with a guy who can meet those criteria. So the marriage rate in the United States is at 6 per 1,000 people right now. Very, very low. It's not really, so marriage and coupling and finding a good mate, it's not even a good prospect for women, much less men at this point, because why would women want to get with a guy who doesn't provide protection, provisioning, and parental investment? Why would she bother doing that? So if the beta buck side of dual mating strategy is already taken care of, what's left? Alpha fucks, beta bucks. Alpha fucks is the only thing left. Ergo, even the most educated, most brilliant, most, got her game together and got her education down, her business and everything else, that woman still wants a guy who looks fucking good. Still, and I'm going to prove it to you because I got a data set here to show you. Still wants a guy who, and they focus on looks. Why? Because they already got it locked. They've already got long-term security locked down, or they believe, the perception is that they do have it locked down. Women aren't cheating with guys who are ugly, who don't have fucking provisioning, protection, and parental investment. They're cheating on guys who look like fucking Jack Reacher. That's why.
All kind of challenges that women have as well. And they get tons of dick pics and all kinds of other things.
Yeah.
So it's definitely making it harder for men to date. Now that's just on the gender side, but there's a whole other set of things that's like screwing up dudes too, which is that, as men, like we have very poor emotional regulation skills. We're not really taught how to express emotions beyond anger.
Okay. Once again, approaching this from a female perspective. Men are deficient in emotions. Anytime you hear your psychologist or psychiatrist, your fucking guru, your dating advice guy, whoever, or woman, anytime you hear men, especially men, but anytime you hear your guru put in no uncertain terms that the reason why men are fucked up is because they can't emote like women, walk out the door. You're done. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about, because men and women are different biologically, neurologically, down to the cellular level. Men and women are different. I've got dozens and dozens and dozens of studies and the comparisons. Just in March there was two that were released about the differences in the wiring, literally. And they've been saying for years, oh, men and women, the wiring's we're more alike than we are apart. No, we are way, way more different than we are alike. Are we the same species? Yes, of course we are. But when it comes to how we go about, like how our brains are wired, we are much different. And the fact of the matter is that men do not have the same hardware to process emotions that women do. So to say that you're a fucking stunted, retarded individual, and I mean that in the clinical sense, because you didn't cry at the end of fucking Titanic does not mean you have some sort of emotional intelligence problem. There's no such thing as emotional intelligence, by the way. It's a made up fucking term by guys like this. There is no and so what happens is, and this is why this shit really pisses me off, because when we talk about men going through like contemplating suicide or wanting to self-delete after being zeroed out, like the guy who super chatted in a little while ago, why is it that men are 8 times more likely to off themselves after they lose a job? Provisioning, protection, and parental investment. Because they know that if they ain't got that shit, she can handle that her own, and she can go fuck the top 10% guy if she wants to, or that's the perception anyways. Okay. You lose everything you built up. I have to live my life to make this bitch happy. And now I've lost my job, and she's more than likely, because that's a precipitator of divorce, more than likely to leave me because provisioning, protection, and parental investment. And now I can't fucking make that. I can either reinvent myself or I can erase myself. That's what comes after a fucking zeroing out. So but the problem is it's not about mental health. Anthony Bourdain did not have a mental health problem. He had a blue pill ideology problem. He had a Pollyanna soulmate myth problem. And that's what ultimately led to his demise. So when we're talking about men, you are never, Dr. Allah, Dr. K, you are never going to solve men's mental issues with female emotional therapy. It's not going to work. Men are not built, literally not built that way. We lack the same neural wiring and the same hardware. So to say, oh, men need to go to therapy and they need to become more emotionally available. All you're saying is that they need operant conditioning to be something that they were never meant to be. Aristophanes said this. Even the wisest of sages does not try to teach a crab to walk straight. You know what that means? That means that the crab's nature is to walk crooked, is to walk sideways, not straight. So when you are trying to do that, can you teach a crab to walk straight? Yeah, you can, with great effort and with great operant conditioning, with positive reinforcement and negative punishment. You could probably do that. But was the crab ever meant that way? The crab's neural wiring was not meant to walk straight. It was meant to walk sideways. That's what I'm getting at. You can't teach a crab to walk straight. You shouldn't teach a crab to walk straight. It's your natural proclivity. Men do not process emotions, especially negative emotions, like women do. But if your therapy is based and it works. Hey, it works on women. It should work on men. All you're doing is admitting to your philosophy of the blank fucking slate. And that is a dead meme and has been a dead meme for a long fucking time. Walk out of that fucking place. If any guy ever tells you, oh, you need to get in touch with your emotions, we need emotional therapy. No, you look them straight in the eye and you say, no, men aren't built that way. My brain chemistry does not work that way. My brain architecture is not that way. I don't have that hardware. Stop treating me as if I am a defective fucking woman. That we raise our boys like defective girls. Your therapy presumes that I am a defective woman and is ineffective on what my problems happen to be. Go to the fucking gym. Go fucking lift heavy things. Get some testosterone replacement therapy. Trust me. Go on TRT. Your outlook will change dramatically just inside of 8 to 10 weeks. Guaranteed.
We're unlikely. It's like hard for us to engage in psychotherapy, which I don't think is a weakness of men. I think there's some systemic biases in psychotherapy that are against men.
No, they're not wired that way, you dumb son of a bitch.
So if you look at studies on couples counseling, like you ask men, why don't you want to go to couples counseling? And what happens is they feel outgunned. Mm-hmm. So anytime they go see a couples counselor, their female partner, assuming a heteronormative relationship, knows how to articulate their feelings, and the man doesn't know how to do that.
Yeah.
So
he doesn't know how to do that because he lacks the hardware to know how to do that. And going to female counseling, of course he feels outgunned because he's in a stranger in a strange land and is expected to fluently speak womanese. It's not the case. We need to stop making the female experience the normative experience. You know why? And you know why that is such a controversial statement is because it implies that we need to start looking at the male experience as the primary experience, as the defining experience for culture, for our personal relationships, for our fucking religion, for our politics, everything else. If we focused on the male experience instead of the female, instead of that, you want to know why I keep harping on gynocentrism? Because we have we've standardized the female experience as the normative experience, and anything that is male that doesn't in any way complement that, is in no way useful to that, that's toxic masculinity. That's when all this shit falls apart, and it's falling apart for one reason. You still believe in the blank slate. You still think that men and women emote the same. They don't. Stop it.
The wife is like articulating like he does this and this makes me feel this way, and the therapist kind of like gets on their side, and so men sort of feel like outmatched, and I think that there's a good reason for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the good reason is that 88% of all psychology and across all fields, by the way, are female. 85, I'll dig up the stat. 88 or 85% of women in psychology, in psychiatry, in social psychiatry, was it social work, that too, in every field, 85% is women. So of course they do. Of course they feel like there are very few. And this guy's a man, a male psychiatrist in a world that is the standardized operative normative state is the female experience. So it seems like men are stunted. Like they're brought up wrong. They're brought up. It goes back to that social constructionism that is the basis of mate switching hypothesis.
So men are really struggling right now. I think there's a lot of this dating stuff going on. There's a lot of expectations that are changing. And then there's a lot of like distortions. So if you look at, I recently saw a paper on incels where their beliefs about what women want are quite divorced from reality.
Okay. The reason for that is because you're basing your estimate and your understanding of incels on bad fucking data, on a horse shit research that lacked academic rigor, lacked peer review, was funded by the DHS through NGOs, and is still being thrown out there as settled fucking science that only used incels.co, the forum, the incel forum, as its basis. I'm going to be doing a much longer form podcast on this at some point, but this is another example of a guy who's supposed to be respectable, somebody who's got something to say. Maybe we're going to actually form an opinion based on this guy's opinion. And he's using this bullshit research data set as the normative right now. It is not. Incels, the population of men who self-identify as incels is a fraction of 1%. There are fewer men who identify as incels than people who identify as transgendered. Fewer. And those people are so low in population, especially in the United States, are so low in population, they represent a rounding error in the Census Bureau. Okay. So keep that in mind. Like, before we take these guys' fucking words as at face value, if they're quoting studies like this, it's like it's already suspect.
So there are these ideas that, the top 10% of dudes are dating all the women. So they assume that, okay, like what that means, right? We can sort of like apply the transitive property is that this woman I'm talking to is only interested in a dude who's in the top 10%. But if you actually,
which is true, she is only interested in the guy who's in the top 10%. Interested. That doesn't mean she won't necessarily fuck the guy who's in the 20 percentile, but she's interested. She would want to fuck the guy, but you might be able to fuck her too if you have some value added. That's the
ask women, like, who are you interested in and who do you date? It's much more wide and accepting than most men are like understand.
You know, it's interesting because in the same breath, I don't disagree with you, but I want to kind of push back a little bit because you said it's not cute to date someone who's living at home, whatever, right? You're like, that's sort of a turnoff. And so that's half the male population who's living at home with their parents, right? And then you want people who make more than you, and women are more often graduating college, getting higher degrees, getting higher positions. And the average salary of a man is $45,000 in the US. So it sort of seems like there are, maybe they're not dating the top 10% of men only. Maybe they're just not dating, right? I think that's part of it too.
Maybe we should just simply redefine the whole fucking thing and say they want to date the top 10%. The average woman today could not possibly date the top 10%. She got to spread her legs and hope for the best. Yeah. But the top 10% of guys are not like the top 10% of men. However, we're defining that too. Let me also point that out. How are we defining the top 10 percentile of guys? Maybe we should explore that a little bit. How are we defining that? Is that the guy who makes a shit ton? Is he the 666 guy? Six-figure income, six-pack abs. Like she was just saying, the average guy makes $45,000 a year, which I think is probably maybe a little bit low. 6 foot tall, which he was just saying, he's got to qualify for that. Six-pack abs, so he's got to be in good shape. It's money, muscles, and game, right? Essentially, being the guy. Now, here's the other thing: is that even that guy, if he meets I would love to have this conversation and say, what is a top 10%? What does that all entail, right? What makes him a top 10% guy? Please qualify that, because if we're going to use the women's experience as the normative experience, then we need to find out from women what makes a top 10% guy. And we have to do that also not only from qualitative research, but quantitative research. And what I mean by that is quantitative research is qualitative. It's one thing to go and take these polls and say, oh, well, what do you want in a guy? She's going to say what she finds attractive in a guy for a long-term partner. And it's always going to be the same. No woman is going to go, I need a guy who has a nice ass, big pecs, a V taper, six-pack abs, and fucks me from here to tomorrow, right? She's not going to put that in there. It's going to be, he's got to be nice. He's got to be agreeable. He's got to love my mom. He's got to be the same religion. He's got to, do this. He can't be fat. Maybe she says he can't be fat, right? He's got to love puppy dogs. He's got to want kids in the future. He's got to, like, my dad has to approve of him. My dog has to approve of him. You run down that Royce used to call it the 436 bullet point checklist, right? You can do that. That's the qualitative research. Now, the quantitative research is who are they actually fucking and who are they actually getting with? Because Mr. Perfect, Kaká, was not Mr. Perfect. He most definitely checked off in spades all of those, probably the top 10 bullet point checklist right there. Still boring. Still perfect and boring. Who is she gonna? I would love. I don't know. Maybe she's dating again. I would love to find out who his now second ex-wife, I guess, is fucking after he's out of the picture? Who's not boring? Who is not too perfect that she would want to get with? I can't even believe I'm saying that, right? What qualifies, what makes a high value guy, right? I've already answered that question. Thank you very much, which is the guy that other men want to be and other women want to fuck. That if that guy, how that guy represents that in the top 10% is really contextual after that. But what are they saying? Now, if I was to ask them, my suspicion is that they would say, oh, it's the guy who makes a good chunk of money. He's invested. He's emotionally available. He meets her needs. He is in touch with his emotions and he expresses them, and he's sensitive. He's a good listener, and all this fucking chin bun, man bun bullshit. Okay. Anything that sounds right. Meanwhile, they're fucking Jason Momoa. Meanwhile, they're fucking Jeremy Meeks. Meanwhile, they're fucking Justin Waller, or Justin fucks them, however it works out. Meanwhile, they're with the Tinder swindler. That guy cleans up. You know why? Because he's not fucking perfect. So is Tinder swindler a high value guy? He's full of shit. He's 100% full of shit, right? He's not a Mossad agent. He's not a fucking diamond merchant or some shit like that. But you know what? The fantasy was enough to get women to take out loans for him. The fantasy was enough for him to go fuck these chicks. It worked for him. Was he a high value man? Well, perceptually, yes. Actually, probably not. But does it matter? If you can't tell the difference, does it really matter? So what is a high value man? What is I shouldn't even say high value. What is that top? What qualities make that guy in the top 10%? And I'll tell you right now, if we're going to use, as they have, if they were going to use Tinder, Hinge, Bumble, we're going to use those, Instagram. If we're going to use online metrics for that, it's going to be his pictures. It's going to be what does he fucking look like? Is he hot enough for me to want to fuck? That's all that matters, especially when women already have provisioning, protection, and parental investment already in the bag. So Mrs. Kaká doesn't need provisioning, protection, and parental investment. She needs the high hard one. That's what she fucking needs. That's her needs. That's how my needs are being met. Well, what are those needs? To fuck, fucking Chris Hemsworth. All right, bye.
So how is that a pushback?
No. So my point is so meaning that there is the large majority of men are not finding matches is exactly what you said, but they're not finding matches because women are choosing not to date because their expectations are not being met, which is sort of.
They're not finding matches because they're not even looking for matches. How about that? Can we go there?
What you said, but it is, so they're not wrong in the sense that this woman wants something different than what I have to offer, but they're wrong in saying they only want the 10% of men. Yeah. They just want something different than what I can offer.
Yeah. So I think that there's both can be true. So I think the challenge now is that.
Catch that jump cut?
See, we used to need partners.
Mm-hmm.
So now what's happened is our society has become so independent that a man is not even competing against another man. A man has to add value to a woman's life more so than the stress or annoyance that he brings. And that's true for both genders.
Yeah.
Yeah. But let me put it in the male context because that'll get me more followers. If only there was some smart red pill motherfucker who said, men have become superfluous. Oh, well, I guess we should keep going. The world will never know.
So this is what's going on is now it's just easier for me to live by myself than it ever used to be. And so now we're really what both genders are competing against is is this other person's life better alone or with me? There's also other interesting statistics. If we look at
right? You have both.
Sorry. So realistically speaking, are men superfluous? Because is my life less complicated without them, or is it more complicated with them?
Yeah, so I think that I don't focus on societal issues. I know it's kind of weird. So despite the fact that we have this large scale approach, I still at my heart am a clinician.
Oh, hold on a second. Let me push it back.
Or annoyance that he brings. And that's true for both genders.
Yeah.
So this is what's going on is now it's just easier for me to live by myself than it ever used to be. And so now we're really what both genders are competing against is
okay, so why would it be easier to live alone than it ever has been? What does that represent? Protection, provisioning, and parental investment. The beta buck side is already made. If the beta buck side of hypergamy in the dual mating strategy is already taken care of, what's left? The alpha fuck side. We got that. Who is making the beta buck side, the protection, provisioning, parental investment? Who is making that? Who's consolidating on that? Women are consolidating on that because they've been told that they can't trust men. First off, they can't. They're irresponsible, and there are not the top 10%. The top 10% are the guys that are going to fuck them really good. So, I mean, if you're going to ask me, what are the top 10% guys? It's the guys who look good on Instagram. It's the guys who understand their shit. They have style. They're in shape. They got a V taper. They look like they look like guys who fuck. Most guys, 80, like we talk about the 80%ers. The 80%ers look like guys who don't fuck. They look that way, right? They might be. I'm not saying they're not a swell guy. We need beta males. We need the 80%ers. We need those guys to keep striving. We need those guys to keep chasing the fucking pussy carrot, because that's how we get innovation. That's how we get fucking cell phones and digital cameras and everything else, right? We need that. We need sexual angst. We need that sexual energy, that hope that they're going to get fucking laid if they create the next great invention. We need that. But that's the big problem right now, is because of the sexual marketplace, it is going to inhibit and it's going to impact other marketplaces. The innovation marketplace, for instance, is a good start. But the very fact that we're still talking about like everything in terms of female, like, when we're talking about like the goal state being a relationship or coupling, that's only from a female perspective. And that men need to measure up to that. In fact, everything in this conversation has been men ain't shit and they need to measure up. But the reason why they are superfluous is because women can already cover the long-term security aspects. The aspects that everyone seems to think is the reason why women will fuck around and fall in love with their affair partner, because they're getting the bigger and the better deal. No, most women are cheating not because they're looking for something bigger and better as far as economics is concerned, because they've already got that fucking taken care of. They want to get fucked. They want to get laid. They want guys who look good. That's why, because they can now. They can afford to. It's a luxury. It's like we talk about luxury beliefs. It's a luxury for them to think that they could get with the 10% guy. Well, if they believe that and they don't need no man, but they want a man, that all comes from exactly what this guy's saying. He's still not making that connection, though, because to make that connection would mean that he would have to reveal an unflattering truth about women's nature.
Is this other person's life better alone or with me? There's also other interesting statistics, like if we look at like men under the age of 30 and stuff like that. So if you look at like, there's also an age gap issue. So if you look at women who are 28 and you compare them to like men who are 28, that's kind of a mismatch. But if you look at like, I forget what the statistics are, but there's like a interesting statistic about people under the age of 30, and like, I think maybe like 50 to 70%, I'm rusty on the statistic, of men are not dating or aren't partnered under the age of 30, but that number is lower for women. And the reason for that is because they're dating older men.
Yeah.
So it's very common. So that skews the statistics in some way too.
So the younger generation is having less sex. They're less often dating. They're less often than having children. And that leads to the possibility of.
Okay, now we're going to slow the roll here, because she said something very interesting. First of all, thank you, Dr. K, for essentially proving every single red pill point that's been going on really since, 2002. Well done. Thank you. Science confirms the red pill once again. I mean, Your Honor, the defense rests its case. Thank you very much. Case dismissed. Now she's going to talk about the last little sentence here. I'm going to leave it at this. The last sentence that she's throwing in here is like, well, men under the age of 30 aren't fucking. Later on, she again butchers the Morgan Stanley data. Women are going to be single and childless when they're in the 2030. It's like, oh, Jesus Christ. And once again, but the thing that's interesting here that she just talked about that also disproves a lot of this bullshit, this soft selling apologetics for mate switch hypothesis, is that a lot of people want to sort of shit all over the GSS studies about like male virginity, right? Got to remember that the GSS studies that we're referring to go back as far as 1989 all the way up to 2018. Okay, that is a long ass fucking spectrum right there. When people want to say, "Oh no, it's been debunked since 2020 through 2023," because we're not keeping those stats until then. So you're going to tell me that a 3-year period invalidates a 30+ year period of data sets? No, you get the fuck out of here. Second of all, is what she just said. The latter half of the millennials and pretty much all of the Zoomers don't want to fuck. They're scared shitless, right? Like I was saying before, that one chick that was on Joe Rogan, they are fearful of life. They're fearful of doing anything. They're unmotivated. They don't want to. And that's why when I meet a Gen Z person who's very motivated, I'm like, oh fuck, thank you. You're a light in the fucking darkness here. But when we look at the stats, we look at what 67% of this generation, guys between the ages of 18 and like 29, I think, are not in relationships. 67% of them are not in relationships and are not looking to get into relationships. And something like 39% of women are in the same boat. But that means like a majority of women are looking for relationships or are in relationships. Who are they with? Not men in that demographic cohort. They're with older guys, because those guys are the only ones who could possibly have more protection, provisioning, and parental investment. But also, those guys, older guys, are more than happy to be fucking a young hot chippy. Trust me on that one. And so what do we do? You get Mike Sartain, who's 46, with Kylie, who's 22. Right? And people go, oh my God, what are they going to talk about? What are they going to, how could they, she's a baby. She's not your intellectual equal. Like, as if that's the fucking criteria. Right. And you know why that's so outrageous? Because we've standardized on a female experience. It's only offensive if your head is stuck up your gynocentric ass. It's fantastic if you're prioritizing the male experience as the predominant one. Then that's a fucking deal, man. Are you kidding? 46 and he's with a 22-year-old? Fuck yeah. In guy world, in a androcentric society, that is the fucking ideal state. But it's offensive as all fuck in a gynocentric state. But that's what's happening. And also, when we're going to talk about, I don't think that those statistics about male virginity are really valid. Here's some more numbers from 2020, the COVID years, 2020, 2021 through 2023, right? No, those are fucking the anomaly years is what those are fucking are. And the other thing is this is like, even if that's the case, this is still a generation that is not, this is a generation no fucking. This is we're going to have a low fertility rate. Fertility rate is below replacement level. It has been below replacement level since the mid 70s. I don't think people are aware of that. When I was doing my research for the 1971 project that I'm working on right now, which is still in the works, that was one of the stats I looked at, is the fertility rate. Fertility rate dropped, like fell off a fucking cliff right after 1970. And it dropped below replacement level in 1975 and has remained below replacement level since then. It's come up a little bit, but not above replacement level. So the time to be worried about this, oh no, we're not going to have replacement levels for America or what, because for the US, right? The time to be banging that gong was back in 1975, not 2024, 2025. So, my stars and garters, we're never going to have enough babies. That you should have had that conversation in the fucking mid 80s. So, I don't know what to tell you.
Our difficulty in perpetuating our population, having a aging population that's not replaceable.
Okay, I think it's important to remember that globally, this is a trend in some places, right? So basically, developed nations are seeing this way more. Mm-hmm. So I remember
because they can afford it. That's why. Not fucking is a luxury. It's a luxury belief. It's affordable.
Talking to a colleague of mine in China, and so basically, China had this one-child policy for a while, and I heard.
All right, that's enough of that. I'm gonna pull that one. Hang on. All right, that's good enough. So I wanted to throw that one out there. And last but not least, before I go, I want to point out, I'm gonna back up one of my stats here real quick. Where did it go? There it is, Rolf Deegan. So this actually is from May, about almost a year ago. Rolf Deegan, once again, women care more about a greater number of characteristics when considering sexual attractiveness in a potential mate, with highly educated women more keen on what, children? Say it with me. Read that part right there. Kyle, what does that last word say? Looks. That's right. Looks. Once again, from the top, women care more about greater number of characteristics when considering sexual attractiveness in a potential mate, with highly educated women more keen on looks. You dirty, dirty girls. I love you. Come on. Let's go. Had to throw that one out there. Oh, but Rolo, don't wait. Highly educated women, 90% of them initiate divorce. Why? Because they're more focused on looks. I play for the love of the game, baby. All right, so I think I have more or less. The thing that gets me is there's certain things when we talk about like mate switching hypothesis. A lot of people want to throw shade at the red pill, because the red pill is essentially, it is definitely married to dual mating hypothesis or dual mating strategy, right? Which I call hypergamy. Okay, alpha fucks, beta bucks is hypergamy. Women want to trade up, not only in provisioning, protection, and parental investment, but they would also like to go from fucking a 7 to fucking one of those guys in the top 10%. They would like to do that. Absolutely, they would hope, would ideally like to be sucking off Jack Reacher. Okay, they would love to be doing, especially you educated, college educated scamps, you. So with that in mind, it's not about what's actually happening, it's about what women would like to be happening. And that that relationship dissatisfaction that we talked about in the beginning is rooted in what could potentially be, what women would like to get with, what they believe is possible for them to get. So if a woman is in fact leaving her mate because she's found a better guy who has better provisioning, protection, and parental investment potential, it's usually because that guy also represents a much better proposition to be fucking. Alpha fucks, beta bucks, which is exactly why Mrs. Kaká, Lady Kaká, is leaving Mr. Kaká, because he's too fucking perfect. He's not a guy who fucks. Ergo, mate switching hypothesis is horse shit. There you go. Thank you for watching today. Let's get to the last of these here, because I got some good ones. Rolo, can you talk more about why Kaká has God damn it. Then wanted to reconcile with him once she saw him with a new woman, because it's called buyer's remorse. That's an old pickup artist. That's buyer's remorse. Yeah. Oh man, I blew it. I should have got the fucking I shouldn't have got the Camaro LS. I should have got the SS. Fuck. That's what that is. Especially if she saw him as a beta, which I wish I read your book sooner, but better late than never. Well, remember okay. So we also have to, I'm spitballing here. Okay. This is just me giving you me connecting dots here. I'm not saying this is scientifically backed. I'm just saying observationally, this seems the most logical thing. When a woman like Kaká's first wife regrets leaving him, oh, he's a nice guy, why did I fucking do that? Right. Well, they tend to forget why they left, which is he was just too nice. He was just too perfect. He just did everything. He was he married a virgin. They were, remember? They got kids. They got beautiful children. Like, why else would it be? Gosh, why am I got latency up the ass today here? I'm super latent today. Well, hopefully this will catch up. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. It might just be me. It's on your end too. Yeah, we're slow as fucking cold molasses right now. Uh-oh. Did we get an unmanned aerial drone that blew up downtown? Jesus, how would that be?
Maybe.
All right. Well, look, I guess it's okay.
Yeah, it's just
all right. Yeah, it's pretty rough. Fucking once again, fail yard. StreamYard is fail yard now. Fail yard. All right, let me see if I can just tighten this up here at the end here. I think first of all, buyer's remorse is number one. Number two is remember that when women find men attractive in different phases, like I think it was even Alex here said something to this effect. Relationship dissatisfaction predicts female interest in extra pair sexual partners during both fertile and luteal phases, of course, because in the fertile phase she wants to fuck. In the luteal phase, well, maybe Kaká looks like a pretty good bet. If you like, again, you're just all that is doing is proving the point that ovulatory shift and dual mating strategy have been making for years. So if you look at like, oh well, women find men attractive in both phases. Yeah, of course they do. That's already been covered by ovulatory shift. Like guys who have more feminine features are found to be more attractive in the luteal phase when she's in her down cycle. When she's in her up cycle, in her follicular phase, that's when she finds Jason Momoa irresistible. So yeah, you're correct. They just find different guys attractive. See, that's the thing they leave out of this, out of their summations here, right? What is it? Where'd that go? Oh, there you go. Dissatisfaction. Female interest in extra pair sexual partners during both the fertile and luteal phase of the menstrual cycle. Yeah. But that doesn't mean that they're attracted to the same fucking kind of guy. Like, clarify this shit. Tell them the whole fucking truth, or don't tell them anything at all, Alex. So, a good example of this. Let's put this back up there. Like, why do she want to reconcile? Because, well, perhaps she's in the luteal phase and says, you know what, maybe I need his support and his love. He was such a sweet guy. And then 2 weeks later, she gets back and, hey man, it's time to go do girls' night out at fucking, at Omnia. Let's go. Watson, thank you for that $100. How does a man get over the fear of throwing the proverbial baby out with the bathwater? Okay. Limiting your experience in a good committed relationship, but having the fear of lost romantic potential. Yes. Looming. It's really, it's called, what is it called? It's investment cost. Opportunity cost is what it's called. Economically speaking, this is called opportunity cost. Okay. Limiting your experience in a good committed relationship, but having the fear of lost romantic potential looming. Should a man just end it? Okay. Try to do a Justin Waller or a Sartain. All right. You're probably not going to be high. I don't know how high value you are, but high value guys can pull off a Sartain. High value guys can pull off Justin Waller. High value guys can pull off what I do, which is closed on her and closed on my end. You can pull that off too. And people, there's a time when I would have been like real sketchy about saying that, because I think that for a guy to have a, like my relationship is closed on my end and closed on my wife's end. I only practice catch and release game. Thank you very much. But, with Justin has his main and his baby mama, and then he has side pieces, and he's so fucking high value that that's something that he can maintain, because you know why? Because his operative state is himself. He's his own mental point of origin, and rightly so, right? His reality is defined by male experience, and he can afford to do that because he's so good looking, he's so tall, he makes so much fucking money, and he's so well spoken, and he knows that he plays the game with that. He has a natural when it comes to game, right? That's why he hates on PUAs, but I'm like, dude, you do everything PUAs say. But yeah, but I do it, and I just do it naturally, so therefore they're the fuckers and I'm not. I'm like, okay, whatever. But he can pull that off. Mike Sartain has Kylie, who's a wonderful, absolutely wonderful woman, and she brings women into bed. Now he doesn't have the same arrangement as Justin, but he's got a pretty good thing going, right? It's technically closed on Kylie's end, but it's open on his end. But she's the one who goes out and gets the openings to come back into the bed, right? Which is fucking great, right? But the reason for that is they're both high value enough men that they can pull that off. Once again, does mate switching hypothesis work? Is it even applicable to those situations? So as I said before, there's what I have, which is closed on my end and closed on my wife's end. Even that is a high value guy has a difficulty maintaining that, because it's like the bigger and the better deal. Because marriage, you know, the state is always in a woman's favor, and there's never any assurances or fail safes on the part of a guy. So a guy doing like traditional marriage like I do is doing all of this on hard mode, on fucking insane mode. All right. Then you've got the destiny model, which is open on his end and open on her end and open on fucking guys and fucking girls, right? Anything goes. It's like a fucking smorgasbord, right? We should call it that. It's the buffet smorgasbord model, right? Which is not really a marriage and not really a relationship to begin with, because you're both you might as well be single at that point. Like what's the point, right? But that is a model that exists. And then there's, of course, the closed on his end and open on her end, which is the most common form. And people will go, weird, what do you mean? Women can advertise their sexuality to a degree that has never in human history been possible for them. So when a man and a woman are in ostensibly a closed on his end, closed on her end relationship, and he's no longer allowed to pitch, he's no longer allowed to go seek out new sexual opportunities, but she ostensibly is, but she's still advertising her sexual availability because it's Instagram and she wants to feel good about herself and it's all about female empowerment, or maybe she does it OnlyFans for a living, whatever it is. She's still able to advertise her sexuality as being sexually available. That is technically closed on his end, but still potentially open on her end. And that is actually the most common form of relationships in the 21st century right now. But nobody wants to argue against that. Again, how does mate switching hypothesis encounter all four of those models? How does it speak to all four of those models? It doesn't. How does dual mating strategy speak to all four? It speaks to every single instance. So let's get the rest of these out of here. They want to flush 3 diglets. Get me off, ladies. they want to fuh 3 diglets. Get off me, ladies. I'm not a piece of meat. What's that funny smell? Is it possible to be an alpha and a beta? Yes and no. How do you like that? Have the bed in game and the long-term value, or she will always outsource 100% of the time. Okay. The mistake is this: can you be alpha with a side of beta, or can you be beta with a side of alpha? I would say that if your personality is predominantly alpha, then women are willing to, they actually find it endearing for you to have a sort of like quirky, kind of vulnerable beta side, as long as you are predominantly alpha. Beta men who try to be alpha, they're like betas with a side of alpha, are never fucking believable. So, because what it seems like is like, I was like, I'm going to be a man. I'm going to stand. It's like, it seems like you seem like short man's disease. It seems like you're like trying to compensate for your personality being predominantly beta. So when you try to cop an alpha attitude, it's incongruent with what people like know about your personality. So it seems like you're trying to be someone you're not. You know, that's when you get yourself into trouble. So it's possible, but it's not desirable. Think of it in terms of what is your predominant personality. But how come all the hot women I see in real life with a fat guy who seems like a loser, are they all cheating? Okay, are they all cheating, or do they all want to cheat? Jesus Christ! Like what? Like how do I get this theory of fucking fat heads, man? There's a difference between wanting to fuck and actually cheating on that person. Okay. That's why I keep saying genuine desire is fucking everything. Negotiate, like the reason why the hot chick fucks the fat guy is not because she wants to fuck the fat guy. She's not attracted, viscerally fucking lustful for that guy. She fucks him out of obligation. And by the way, it's probably the same thing with Kaká. The guy's perfect. He has all of the fucking attributes of the best of the best of the blue pill beta male, but he's not fuckable. He's good looking. He's a good looking guy, but he's not fuckable. He's too fucking nice. He's like, he would want to, he almost looks gay, right? And he's not gay, but he's not. I'm not saying he's gay. He's not. But there's that kind of like, is he into? He's too nice. He's too perfect. He does too much for me. What was it? I think it was. It was Pook. I'm going to quote the. I'm going to have. Here's an incoming Pook quote. The surest way to make a woman miserable is to give her everything she wants. That is the surest way to make a woman miserable. You have to learn the power of saying no, even if it's an arbitrary no, because what that does is it's no longer about whatever the previous thing was. It's about you establishing dominance at that point. You know why he's too perfect? He'll never establish dominance. Well, then he's not perfect. Okay, well, fine, but you understand what I'm saying, right? Gym and testosterone therapy for corn addiction. I'm not sure testosterone therapy would be the best cure for porn addiction, quite honestly.
If you already have a lack of girls.
The cure for your porn addiction is saltpeter. Oh, no, you know what? The gym, okay, gotcha. But your corn addiction is really, you don't have an addiction to porn. You are bored. Replace that shit. What did I say? Remember when I said, like, do you remember this, Kyle, when I was just a few minutes ago when I said, you know what? I think that guys, what was it? Gambling addictions. I was talking about how to get over a breakup and how it creates like dopamine hits in your brain and everything. And you go to alcohol because you're trying to replace it. Mm-hmm. Pornography is the same fucking thing, right? It does more or less the same thing. It's a dopamine hit, right? Whatever. How do I break a porn addiction? Here's how you do it. You stop doing it. That's number one. And second of all, you replace that dopamine hit with good dopamine. If that's going to the gym, awesome. If that means you got to get on testosterone therapy, okay, that's good too. But remember that it's going to make you horny probably. But also replace it by going to see a great band. Replace it with something that is intrinsically rewarding for you. So you're still getting the dopamine hit, but you're getting it in a good way rather than a way that keeps you sedated. It's all about managing the dopamine, right? Like I said before, go listen to Lamb of God. Go learn to play a musical instrument. Go learn a new martial art. I'm like, what would I do? Like, I don't know. I can't speak for other guys. And this is not a prescription, but I would go, if I was trying to break up porn addiction, I don't need to worry about because I fuck my wife and we have great sex. Thanks a lot. But I would learn to play guitar. I'd learn to play bass. I would learn to swim. Not me personally, but I would get into motorcycle mechanics. I would learn to weld creatively because I always wanted to do that. I would go learn how to shoot a recurve bow, which I have now. Learn defense, learn to get in the gym and lift like a motherfucker. Like there's so many things. There's so many things to replace a porn addiction with that will still give you a good dopamine hit. You lack creativity. That's why. Stop touching yourself and go out there and touch fucking a bow and arrow. Go out and learn archery, learn fucking fencing, learn, I don't care, some combat sport. Like find something that is more intrinsically rewarding than snapping your radish. That's what my advice. And there's your 6 whatever Mira's advice is. Let's assume high value 666 guy for the sake of the argument. Okay, well, I already think I did. What's the difference between future? Yeah, I know who Future is, dude. I'm white, but I'm not that white. You know what? I'm going to drop some obscure reference to like the band Behemoth and expect you rapper fans to know who I'm talking. Like, what is it? Nurgle. You know who Nurgle is? The singer for Behemoth. Do you know that guy? And Rogan. Future is the first baby daddy to his 8 baby mama. Rogan is the second baby. You know what? You could have just said, what is it? Wilson. What was his name? Quarterback.
Russell Wilson.
Russell Wilson.
There you go.
Because isn't he like the stepdaddy?
Yeah.
Actually is the stepdad. Rogan is the second baby daddy. Does the first and second baby daddy change alpha beta? No, it's predominantly who it is. You could be a stepdad and still be very, very alpha. You just simply signed up for, you're an alpha who signed up for your own cuckolding. You could be what's known as a blue pill alpha. Yeah, I'm doing the right thing. And you're very alpha, but you just signed up for your own cuckoldry. End of story. All right, that's enough. All right, guys, thank you for watching another exciting edition of The Rational Male. Man, we got into some good shit today. I think we finally got into the nuts and bolts episode that I wanted to get into. And yes, I will be doing the AMA like call-in episode. Maybe we'll do that next week. I will be in Los Angeles on Wednesday and Thursday. I'll be back on Friday. So I'll be doing I think I might do some Instagram lives because I got my Instagram back. And I might be doing some Instagram lives from LA for Babes in Toyland, just for shits and giggles. See who I can get to follow me around with a cell phone. So that's coming up. And let's see. I want to reiterate for the record here that I'm the reason I'm doing these nuts and bolts shows, I'm trying to get back to fucking basics here. And because I think that that's what we need. I will never leave the red pill. I will never try to sell myself as anything else. I will never pivot out of the red pill. I will never pivot out of the manosphere. There's no way I can. My fucking name is synonymous with that shit. So there's no way I would ever be able to. However, I will say that although I'm not leaving the red pill, it doesn't necessarily mean that the red pill's not leaving me. And I think that a lot of this shit with the red meat and the outrage brokership and the rage bait shit, I think a lot of that does more damage to what I just talked about and having like these good nuts and bolts conversation for the last fucking 4 hours and 1 minute. Okay. Bear that in mind because that's the meat of the real meat should be what I just talked about today. It's talking about ovulatory shift. It's talking about mating strategies, sexual marketplace. It's talking about the basics and the nuts and bolts. Now, what I understand what will happen is people will take this and they'll quote parts of it and then they'll go and use my words as sort of backup and verification for their outrage bait. It's part of the nature of the game and there's nothing I'm going to really be able to do about that. But understand that I'm going to kick it to you 100% straight. I'm not changing my song. I'm not doing anything different than I haven't been doing for the last 22 years. So with that in mind, I just want to say that it's not like I'm not going to be on other people's shows or I'm not going to be on, I'm going to refuse to do rage bait shows. Obviously still got Access Vegas, which I wouldn't really call that, but I think that the last episode of Access Vegas, which is really an episode of Fresh and Fit, I think a lot of that sort of brought to light the difference between me and Mike's approach to, I don't want to say Myron Fresh, but certainly like Marquette's approach and Dave Cooley approach, the whatever podcast approach, I guess to a lesser degree, the Fresh and Fit approach. Our point is not to kick the girls off. Our point is to have a good constructive conversation. And so when people go, oh man, this is boring. They don't hold them accountable. They won't throw them off. Killer. What is it? Castle. That's like, I mean, I understand the appeal and I understand why people love that shit, but that's not what we're about. And so people think we go soft on the girls. We're not going soft on them. We're actually having a fucking conversation with them. And, they disrespect you. They don't disrespect us any more than we disrespect them. But if disrespect is part of of an honest, authentic, genuine conversation, then so be it. But I think disrespect for just disrespect's sake. Yeah. That's stupid. And if you're trying to engender disrespect so you can get outrage and so you can get like eyes on a screen, then that's not the red pill anymore. That's your own personal brand. That's you bastardizing the red pill so that you can use it for your own your sport. And that nothing gets fucking done. People will say like, oh, well, the red pill doesn't have any prescriptions. It doesn't have any solutions. Well, I'll tell you what, here's a solution. What I know isn't a solution is doing rage bait shows just for the sake of the rage bait, because there's nothing constructive that comes from that. It's just shock and entertainment value at that point. So bear that in mind the next time we do Access Vegas, because I would much rather have a constructive, good conversation with women who I respect and who respect me back as well. There's like I say mutual respect because of what we're saying, rather than what we're proposing or what we're fronting ourselves to be. Oh, you disrespected me, I'm going to kick you off the show. That's not respect to me. That's just fucking grandstanding, and that's just fucking outrage, brinksmanship. But if people are going to have, if I'm disrespected by a woman on the show, and it's not because of some schoolyard, middle school bullshit, then at least if it's something that I need to be able to address, then I'm going to fucking address it. And I'm going to do it in as stern and as hostile a way as I'm going to be able to deliver that. But I'm not going to do it just for the sake of effect. I'm going to do it because it's warranted. And I think a lot of this bullshit about like, oh, kick her off, she disrespected you, it's unwarranted. What productive thing is going to happen as a result of that? So when I see like drunk ass chicks on these shows with, when it's, I hate to say it's White Claw Power Hour, right? You got to remember these girls are fucking drunk. And if you're expecting to get respect from a drunk chick, that's really on you. That's not on the girl. Of course they're going to be disrespectful and mouthy and they're not going to sit over there like a wallflower when they're fucking 3 Hennessy's in. So try to keep that in mind, that a lot of the times when you get to that point of diminishing returns, or the woman can't form a fucking complete sentence, it's not because she's dumb, it's because she's drunk. You couldn't do the same fucking thing, man. You could be throwing up in the fucking bathroom if you had as much to drink as she did. Oh, see, they're all like that. Yeah, well, all guys are like that too when they're fucking like half a fucking handle into
I don't know, Rolo.
the show.
Don't test my abilities, Rolo.
Yeah, maybe you could do it. Yeah, they are dumb. Well, they're dumb, but they're also drunk. So how do you know that they're dumb and not just drunk? Guys are dumb when they're drunk too. Fuck, trust me, man. I worked in wine and spirits for fucking 15 years. Trust me, there's some dumb fucking alcoholics out there. Yeah, exactly. At least they're more honest when they're hammered. Thanks. Yeah, well done. All right, guys, we're out of here. Thanks, Kyle, for producing today. I will be back same time next week. We're no Access Vegas this week, but like I said, Mike and I will be at Babes in Toyland. So watch my Instagram for more information. And I think that's going to be it for us today. Thanks, guys. We'll see you.
I need to feel you on top of me. It was my first time, but I was just a kid when we met and went to bed. It was my first time. What'd you expect from me? I'm breaking up the rules now in the game. I've got some new tools. Please do the same. Time came by and went over like a matchbox stereo. My thoughts now let go. Bound to keep me up all night. But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. God damn, Now we're fucking in the bathroom, tearing up every wall while I got your hair. Why you screaming my name? She was swinging in the bedroom, whole time stopping and stubbing with her head like she's calling you Kelly. So baby, come wipe me up and down like a pony, turning up my song, getting nasty, working up and down on your body. Wipe me up and down like a pony, turning up my song on your body. Baby, we'll get down to it all night, but maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Yeah, baby, one more again, won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things are different. Yeah, baby, one more again. If maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different.